with my eyes?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't use them. It's not what they're for. Welcome, everybody, to Charisma Saves. A week later than we imagined, because Randy is apparently, I don't know how to say it like a Wisconsinite. He's saving human beings, one bag of saline at a time.
Why would you ever want to do that? Especially Wisconsinites.
There are too many people already. Let them go.
But to be fair, if you got compensated so every time you save a Wisconsinite, you got compensated by cheese curds.
I'd save them all.
Still not worth it.
I'd save them all.
What's the ratio?
I think 1 to 1. One bag of cheese curds.
Honestly,
to one non-corpse.
They underestimate the amount of cheese it takes to sate me. So.
the cheese wouldn't, like, I don't know, it's not as tempting as knowing that there will be fewer people in the world who say bag. People.
Peeper. You don't like cheese the way you ought to like cheese, though, to be fair. Like, there's one morally right way to like cheese, and it is 100%. If you don't like cheese 100%, get out. Even though it makes my butthole go do lots of stuff I don't want it to do. Anyway, you look spooked. What was that?
This conversation is not where I want it to go.
You don't want to talk about my
no,
poo-poo?
I don't want to talk about your poo-poo or your buttholes.
Okay.
Why are we talking about?
Did you say buttholes? Okay.
Yeah, he's probably got multiple.
Yeah,
with how
he
much?
definitely
With
has.
how
Hey,
much
whoa,
he farts?
Exposed. My butt got doxxed.
Like,
Okay.
seriously, he's
I got butt
constantly
doxxed.
farting all the time. I think he's got a second one.
At one
least.
point, one has to
One's
get tired.
for farts, one's for poops.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's true. That's true. My butthole has very high dexterity. It's very elastic. Real spry at all times. The constitution, however, very low. Anyway, and also my wisdom. Every time I see a hot thing, I go, yeah, that's going in. And I don't think about it. Anyway, so, literally like 3 days straight, I ate hot stuff. Like peppers and other spicy things.
How'd that go?
Exactly as you planned. Enjoyable on the intake. So, speaking of enjoyable on the intake, this show is happening.
Did you roll a 1?
What?
Did you roll a 1?
And
what was the roll, damn it?
It was a 2.
Ah,
That makes sense.
So, we have for you today a beaut. I'm sure of it. Do we have any announcements?
we have merch. Check the link down below. Shop. Oh God, is it bit.ly? I can't remember the fucking name.
bit.ly/charisma shop.
/charisma shop. Go there.
There's
Get
literally
shirts.
it shows it on the screen right below the info there. If you see it. Randy, how you doing? Nothing.
He's frozen.
Is he dead?
Oh, total shit. He's
Rip.
doing shitty. Why is he doing shitty? That's the question. Did you reset your router?
I think it was your internet because the stream paused on my end for a second too.
Oh, maybe.
So I think it had to.
Charter's been shit the last couple days.
It's always
for
your
me.
fault.
Oh, that's fine. My upload rate's fine though. Anyway, so I guess we can jump into it. Anything else we need to talk about?
Good.
We're gonna be doing
The state of farm subsidies in the United States. We need to talk about
That's scarier than what we're about to jump into, okay? What we're about to jump into is slightly less spooky. Slightly less spooky. Last we left off. After purchase... Is he okay?
Hmm?
He's got a breathing thing going on.
He's just shuffling around like a fucking...
Last time, you had gone to Brown Cedar Hold, the home of Jerdun and Icilius, in search of some answers for things. The professor, too, enjoyed some light reading and then stopped enjoying it. Shortly after, with some... how do you even describe that? your face got eaten. So,
Was it eaten? Because it caved in the face and the jaw.
Your bones were eaten.
Yeah, they were like pulverized and disappeared in front, but it didn't go anywhere because from their perspective, you weren't being sucked on by like a bookworm thing.
Freddy Krueger rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we got to meet Professor 3. We had some interesting interactions there. But as you can see, she's below in all her glory. After a very unexpected series of events that I did not plan, you continued on to your goal, which was to do two things. Split the party a little bit. Icilius, Jerdun, and Kazdan went to his cabin to kind of help Icilius sort of go through some of the emotional processing and maybe like a little R&R for a guy that's gone through the ringer. But also, the rest of you, the three of you, including Egnir, sought out the services of a tracker named Sotantes. Him and his trusty puppo, whose name is Barlow, trekked into the wilderness to the east in search of a former nemesis, sort of. Searching for the home, and possibly the only other known whereabouts of the former necromancer known as Crosley, who, at this point, you are skeptical to whether or not you actually killed atop a tower in the center of the ruins of Gygax. You have been led about a day's journey into the wilderness, heading towards the Winterlight Woods, which are distinct in their white pine trees, known to a couple of you from your childhood for their sort of spearmint-like maple syrupy sap that was prized for a long, long time that has now become rarer as time moves on due to a blight that had been in the trees from years ago. Professor had a vision of a repeat sort of motif of this sort of hill with a tree on it and seeing a figure burying something at some point, only to be awoken by a very soft hand from Avelios, who is one of the more perceptive among the group, telling you to be quiet as a soft drizzle of rain has overtaken the forest. And Avelios, you heard in the distance the soft groans, very familiar to yourself and to you, the soft groans of the undead shambling around in the woods. And it seems like dozens of them, drawn to your location for some unknown reason. We meet you back in the darkened tent. There's a slow, soft burning ember in the center of this tent that had been keeping you warm, but it's not like very bright. It's basically dim light. To about just on the inside of here, and there's a large canvas tent that you're inside that Sotantes helped put up. You are inside that. On the outside, Egnir had created 4 tree guardians to keep watch. And as you sort of take your hand off the professor's mouth, you see a bow, and you see Egnir getting ready as well. Alenia starting to rise a little bit. Sotantes holds his hand up. Wait. What do you want to do?
Wait, but be ready.
Yeah.
I'm going
Bit of
to
rain.
Divine Sense to
You're
try
near
to.
the creek as well, just so you remember, about 100 feet away from the creek. You're going to Divine Sense?
Yeah, I believe it's 60 feet
60
out,
feet?
and I can tell what exactly they are. Let me read it.
What exactly they are?
They'll tell me. I know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
Okay.
I know the type of what it is, but not its identity.
Okay, so it is undead type.
How many?
Within 60 feet, make an intelligence check to try to do head math.
God, that's a bad sign. 12?
12. A few dozen within 60 feet, at least. And as you through the sort of the din of like just the normal sort of creak and just kind of coming to consciousness for the first time and kind of taking in your surroundings and hearing the rain and it's sort of muddling. You know how you can't, it puts this sort of like this fuzz over everything you're listening to when it rains and you can't necessarily hear very fine noises. You start to hear the sound of trees creaking like that. And then you hear and you hear multiple dozens of these noises, and you hear the slapping of like flesh and bone on wood. Egnir, you know that I don't know how much control over your spell you have, but you definitely realize that these guardians are engaging these undead at this point. And about 30 seconds have gone by since you first noticed. Nothing seems to be coming to the tent itself, but the fact that you just divine sensed multiple dozens of them, can you like see or just sense their presence?
It's like a smell and a sense.
It smells like pure rot, of course.
Yeah.
Like it's sickening rot. But you're not unfamiliar with it. You're pretty seasoned at this point. It's not like making you sick to your stomach in a retch or anything. You get the sense just by because it stays up for like a minute, right? Or 10 minutes?
No, it's like a
Just an action. That was like a minute. Or is it like just one single pulse?
The presence
like
of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor, and powerful good rings like heavenly music. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces until the end of your next turn.
Okay, so for
6 seconds.
roughly 6 seconds, you don't get the sense that the odors get stronger or weaker. It just seems like a discordant sort of mess kind of around you. And as you look out, go and roll a perception check. What did you want to do anything specific as you're sort of woken up? That you've had about a round and a half, basically.
Just looking around, trying to wait to see what Zatantas wants us to do because he said wait.
Zatantas is holding his glaive at the ready, and at this point Barlow has backed up next to him, and it isn't making a noise, but it's sort of doing that pre-snarl like lip curl that some dogs do. And he's just sort of waiting, and they both are in a defensive stance, but they're not moving towards the door.
I've got my
I'll just prepare and like hold an attack action in case like there's a signal or anything for
what attack. Because if you hold like an actual spell, if it doesn't go off, you use it. If you hold a cantrip, you can kind of
just
or you could just hold your basic attack, your ray, if you'd like.
I was just gonna say firebolt, just a cantrip.
So you hold the firebolt cantrip sort of at the ready in case anything, I assume, comes into the tent.
Yeah, or if like
because things are passing by the tent.
Oh,
you can see this very easily.
I'll wait until
just
shit starts going down. I don't want to be necessarily the first person to start.
Shit starts going down. It's like porn. You know it when you see it. Got it. So
I'm gonna move
you can't
up.
see out necessarily. I mean, you have dark vision. It's about 25 feet in, but the fact that there's like a little bit of light here and then moving into further darkness through the rain, it's obscuring and sort of like kind of like White Pirates wear eye patches where your eye isn't necessarily, you don't have your rods and cones in order to see through, but you do see, without rolling a perception check, everyone's passively seeing shapes moving back and forth past this sort of, I'd say 3 to 6 inches of open space in this canvas tent at the front of it, as it sort of flaps just lightly with the wind and rain normally. What was
27.
your 27 as you peer out, assuming with your bow pulled and just waiting, and Egnir sort of sensing what's going on with the spell. You can see out. It doesn't seem like there are things coming near, but you can see One, that if it's not interrupted, it seems to be shambling without really paying attention towards the, like, it'd probably bump into, like, part of the flap on the right, on your right side, and it would, like, flop in if it just kept going on its course. You can see it slowly just shambling, not even using full movement on a round necessarily, just sort of like sort of looks over at something and comes back.
You also just like point it out.
Yeah, you do see it. You can, and at this point, your breath. You can see your breath inside the. If you're close to the entrance, it's probably about in that range where rain is wet, but it's also maybe like sleet. Michiganders know what I'm talking about.
Fuck that stuff.
It where it's like 35 degrees, and it's
but
sort
it's
of
still shit.
right,
Yeah.
and it's sort of in that weird space where it's hella fucking cold, and you can just see these droplets hitting. This one that specific is like the only one that's like really staying within that little breadth as it comes closer. It's probably 60 feet away now, and maybe in 15 seconds or so, maybe 20 seconds, you feel like it might connect with the canvas tent. Just, what do you want to do?
Could I tell in that 6 seconds if they were moving in any particular direction?
Again, it seems very discordant. It doesn't
They're
seem
just kind of wandering?
Yeah, within 60 feet. Where were the tree idol things, basically? The tree guardians? They were at, like, the 4 cardinal corners, roughly, right?
Yeah, they would have been at the perimeter of the clearing.
Yeah, so which would be, like, 100 feet out. And so you're getting a rough discordance, but you do notice in that blip there's more of a concentration, I guess, in 4 corners.
So they're moving towards the trees, it seems like.
Some of them are.
Or kind of around them.
There seem to be some that are definitely drawn to it, as you can hear the sounds of these giant treant-like creatures
Slamming.
How many hit points do these things have?
They use the awakened tree staff block.
Okay.
59.
59?
Yeah.
What's their AC?
13.
Okay. I need you to roll Constitution saves on their behalf. Just roll 4 of them. This is just going to represent, because we're not going to do a whole horde of these, and I'm going to roll strength checks. So on your first one, let's say this is your northern one.
I just rolled 4 at once.
We'll just pick left 12. To right. 12?
12.
Okay, so by the time you're about seeing this, you hear, and one of them goes down. What's your second one?
16.
Which would be east. You still hear off to the east. When you hear that, as things just beat into the bark of this thing. Go ahead and roll. Tell me what your southern one is.
15.
15. You hear the same thing to the south and to the west.
10.
After a little bit after the first one falls, you hear the one to the west fall over as well. So you do have some of that, and as that happens, they start to move from north and west towards the south and east, which would directly intercept with the... So, just making an educated guess, as Agner can kind of tell when part of that spell begins to fade. What do you want to do?
The minute we
Agner
make any
basically
kind
lets
of
you know.
movement, they're going to be drawn to us.
I can't hear you.
I'm telling.
Oh.
The minute we make any kind of movement, they're going to be drawn to us. Imagine we're whispering, because I can't, you know.
You got a stage
whisper.
Stage whisper is...
It's breathy, but it's loud.
You can just say, I'm going to whisper.
Yeah.
Breathy and loud.
They seem to be just wandering around aimlessly.
The one that got your eyeball on is like maybe 10 feet away
That
from
one's
the
about
entrance.
to walk in.
Oh god. And it's heading
Can you
right
shoot
towards
it?
the entrance?
Yeah.
Do we want to wait for it to walk in and then take care of it?
40 to
Can we
50
do it
foot area
quietly?
around us is covered in grasping undergrowth too.
Oh yeah, the grasping undergrowth makes it hard for them.
In
to
what
move.
range? It's the it
Like
makes it
40 to 50 feet around us.
makes it difficult terrain, right?
Clear. No, it's an entangle spell.
Oh, okay, so what's the save? Let me see.
DC 18 strength save.
That's pretty high.
And at about this 10-foot range, it seems like these grasping vines were doing a lot of work on some of them locally, where you see some get and then some will break out every once in a while. This one seems to have been like kind of like you're the blind guy in Rogue One, where he kind of just shambles past the lasers. It's like that until it's not, and then looks down and seems to be tangled up at the moment, but it's still faced, but doesn't seem to be looking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Where its eyes sort of like gloss over you as if you don't exist.
They're not looking at us, but we did definitely notice they're all kind of converging on the location we're at.
Not
right?
really.
They
There's
seem to be...
You said they
might
the
just be
ones from the
passing
west
through.
started.
no. They're moving through to the noises. They're going to the sounds. Before they started.
They don't seem to be coming
clustering-
to the tent.
Okay.
Before they
At least not now.
got to us, they were just kind of moving in random directions, from what I can tell. I think they're
Is
just
it drawn to the magic of the trees?
probably just the sounds.
It could be both.
They're very dumb.
The trees were silent before.
The trees might have swung first upon seeing them.
It's possible. We were asleep.
Do we want to wait this out and hope that they
I mean,
pass
if we
us by?
Don't wait it out,
think
then they all come at us.
Still tangle.
I think we hunker down here, and if any of them stumble in here, we try to take care of them as quietly as
Yeah.
possible.
Okay.
No magic, no flashy shit, nothing bright, just
Roll me 2 more con saves. As
20 and 6.
so the one to the east, still fighting. The one to the south, you hear smash onto the ground. Sounds like something. Go ahead and roll a perception check for just listening. Anyone can. I just
24.
24 as well.
A
15?
15. You're a little distracted by your divine sense and just the smell in general as you're passively sort of just getting this evil feeling. Everybody else, you got 15?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else heard what sounded like a very large axe hitting a very large tree, and then it splitting in half and falling.
Did the zombies' course change when that other one fell?
You don't know. You can't really see. There's a lot of tangled in front of you at this point. You could try to peek out if you wanted. Right now, you're basically blind. Other than the few that are tangled up, and you can see them. You can see them basically. They shrug off some vines and move like 4 feet, and then Egnir's vines get them again.
I heard an axe, though.
It sounded like something very large and metallic. You assume an axe because it's the sort of motif of lumberjacking.
Yeah.
But like in your head, you like axe wood. That sounds like that. Big
It
one.
sounded like a tool of some sort or a weapon, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe not a weapon, but definitely like a metal thing cutting into wood. Your assumption is something like an axe because of the nature of this, but it might not be.
Okay, that's not good. Zombies don't use...
Some do.
Oh, they
Some
do?
do, yeah.
Okay.
larger.
All right.
Undead,
Skeletons,
more
for instance,
intelligent
use all
undead.
sorts of bows
Sure.
and weapons and stuff. Some, it depends on the type. Usually zombies are just like slamming at stuff. But you've encountered undead that definitely
Okay.
hold weapons. You hear this in Sotantes. I don't know what we want to do, but it's a lot.
Yeah, we can't fight them.
We could, but they would overrun us. Most likely.
You hear shambling from the other side, from the west and the north, coming into that space. You start hearing the familiar sounds of zombies being tangled up in the vines. At a certain point, they seem to be, based on the 224s you guys rolled, I'll just let that ride a little bit. You start to hear the guttural from like a slightly higher elevation.
They're piling on top
There's
of
something
each other.
bigger out there. Potentially.
They don't. It sounds like a lot of them suddenly started to gain height.
Why?
So this is like a zombie mountain.
So Dante's, we
Some
might just have to
people-
I can't hear you. I actually can't hear you.
So Dante's, we might just have to make a run for it.
They'll take your lead. What do you want to do?
Transform us into animals to make a less noticeable retreat.
Birds or something?
If we could
maybe?
fly out of here, that would be great.
Wait, birds? Could do birds.
We will lose the tent, but
Tent or the
other
lives.
than that, I think we are fine.
She can make a small, you know.
I will need to. I won't be able to track from the sky. I will not know where we are heading.
We're just following the river right now, aren't we?
Right now.
Let's just keep following the river for now.
I'll do my best.
All right.
Will Barlow
what
be able to follow?
What about Barlow? Yes.
Can you turn Barlow into a...
I can transform him, yes, but will he know supplant?
I assume
I don't
Barlow
know how
would...
this magic works.
You could turn us into birds and Barlow into something like a bug that's small
That
enough that a
sits on-
bird could
Just hold.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be transforming
I could
me
use that.
into a bird?
Well, you might want to do that quickly. Because we're running out of time here.
Starting to hear is
Well, I could speak with animals as well.
I could also do that.
Barlow
Okay.
understands
I'm
me.
going to speak with animals.
To Barlow?
Yes.
Okay.
Hope the
So
zombies
Tantes
aren't
does
gonna
have
have
like
magic.
a shorthand with him to some extent. He's a Beastmaster.
Oh, well, can he just signal Barlow to follow?
Assuming he can maintain his mental stats in the form you give him, it would work. If not,
I thought you maintain mental stats.
druids do.
Oh, that's true.
This is more of a polymorph.
Oh.
Other than that, you start to feel
Breathe down.
no. You up next to the tent, maybe 2 feet away, and you see like a little depression on the western face, and then another one pushing against the canvas, like instinctively just struggling against vines.
We need to go.
And you
Okay. I'm going
against
to
the thick canvas.
cast animal shapes and turn all of us into.
The one near the front of the door takes a step forward and gets retangled.
Is there enough room for us to fly out?
You have to cut it.
I can come last.
So Tantes can cut this.
Cut the top of the thing and then he'll turn us into bats and let's go.
Alright. He takes his glaive and it's going to be a little noisy.
That's fine.
We don't have a choice.
Uses his glaive to cut the heavy canvas and immediately you all get drenched with this heavy drench of icy cold water.
Changes now!
There is a loud rip and you hear as something very large southwesterly from your position makes a noise.
Animal shapes turn us all into bats.
Animal shape. Can you do animal shapes on other people?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's an 8th level spell.
Nice.
Choose any number of willing creatures that you can see within range. You transform each target into the form of a large or smaller beast with challenge rating 4 or lower.
Okay. And
And on subsequent turns, I can use my action to change them into new forms.
how long does this
Ooh.
last?
20 24 hours.
Not too shabby.
That's
Okay, so you can do that to 6 people? Well, 6 targets?
Any number of willing creatures within 30 feet.
Any no. Damn.
Dude, 8th
That
level druid
spell is
spells are
ridiculous.
fucking bonkers.
As long as they're willing, Barlow is willing. What are the stats for a bat? And I assume we do not retain.
Are we doing normal bats, or are we gonna
mental.
be like big bats, or?
Because this is
I
going.
was gonna do normal bats to draw less attention.
That makes sense.
Normal bats would draw less attention.
Or we could do a swarm of bats. I don't know how you want to rule that, Jake.
Well, no, it'd be. I mean, you could. I would treat it in a fight as a swarm of bats, not as a stat block. So each of you is an individual bat, as you immediately feel sonically overwhelmed for just a moment, as this midway transition of you in your various forms turns into a bat, and your ears ring, ding, and you immediately hear like chewing. You hear slop feet. You hear slapping of flesh, and you hear the snapping of bone, and you hear the ripping of different fibrous like vines. You hear the like almost every individual drop of water and the canvas flapping in the wind, and you hear the last bit of a spell from Egnir, and you all start to fly kind of up in the space. Is there any mention of mental stats in this?
It says take the form of.
Let me pull up the full description.
I assume willing means that you don't turn people into dumb animals.
I mean, that's what polymorph does, and it says willing.
No, because polymorph you can do it to people
Okay,
who.
here we go. Target's game statistics are replaced by the stats of the chosen beast, though the target retains its alignment and intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
There you
scores.
go.
So mental stats.
So you are all smart enough to follow orders, and since you can all speak bat together, Satantes can tell Barlow to follow. You get up and start flying, and I assume you want to maintain course near the river?
Yeah, and
So you-
high up enough where anything big isn't gonna fucking try to kill us.
Sure, how high do you want to go up? Is there speed 50 feet?
Above the tree line for sure.
Yeah, above the tree line.
Fly speed is 30 for a bat.
30 feet. Okay, so a quick dash will get you near the top. They're not super high trees.
Yeah.
It's mostly, again, cedars with the occasional white pine that seems to have avoided the blight because they're not necessarily adjacent. And so you get up. Everybody make me a perception check.
Do I get my
No, you do not. Oh God, no! It's bat stats. Whatever bats are.
Well, I'm
What's
bad
it?
stats?
Oh.
We keep our wisdom.
Oh, I guess it would keep
Wisdom.
your wisdom. So it would be your wisdom stat.
I'm bad.
21.
21.
23.
22?
22.
6.
6. And then
Jesus.
that's still
I'm overwhelmed by the evil. Okay.
19.
That sounds
Like
about
Mermaid
right.
Man.
Evil!
Evil!
You look down, and anyone who rolled in the 20s, go and give me an intelligence check.
That's about right.
Which is basically you counting
8's about
what's
right.
going on and assessing the situation. 14, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, you can get better than everybody else. Not perfect, but you judge just looking down and sort of flying away and following these other people. 500?
Oh my god.
You haven't seen this amount since you were surrounded at
Sky Point.
Sky Point, which
Shit.
was way more than 500, but 500 and one very, very large one with a single eye that's rotting out of its head.
Larger than the ones we had seen previously that were sort of the commander units, or is it similar to that size? I don't know how
It's
much I can...
about 15 to 16 feet tall and only has one eye socket.
Can you tell what
Seems like a
direction they're
cyclops.
moving in? Are they moving in
They
a
seem
general?
to be moving towards the tree that was still alive, and it falls behind you as that happens. And your concentration dropped, right? Or wait, was the vine thing concentration?
No.
I don't think
That was
Druid Grove is
Druid Grove is not concentration. You do see
I'm
though.
gonna try and fight these 500 zombies.
You do see though that from the west and north, where they were kind of pushing down, you do see them climbing on top of each other and falling into the space where you guys were, with, and then they keep moving towards the sound of this tree falling, this tree guardian. It looks like you would have been overwhelmed, probably, though you're very powerful, and maybe you could kill 500 of them. You don't know. But yeah, there was quite the number, and at least from the looks of it, they were at least drawn to the noises of those tree guardians. So, what do you want to do?
Follow the river.
In bat form.
We follow the
So
river.
once they fell, but once they fell that tree, did they just kind of continue
Do you
to
want to hang
wander?
around?
Yeah, I want to see what they're doing.
Okay, do you want to tell everybody else, or you want to catch up?
I'm gonna squeak at them to slow down. Hold on.
Easy
Wait.
enough. You maintain mental stats, and you can all talk the same language, so that's fine. I'm assuming everybody does.
Yeah.
Latantes and Barlow bat.
I guess
Turn.
I'll probably fly up just a little bit so I can try and get a direction and like kind of where we're
Okay,
going.
I can't do it. I don't know. I can't do the whistle, the in whistle.
There's little squeaks
They do, like,
in your sound effect.
And you fly up a little bit. You're trying to get a better view of
Yeah,
what.
and then like to kind of see so I know like what direction we have to go. And
Okay,
like,
they have dark. They have
Like more-
blind sight or dark vision. I don't know which, because blind sight usually uses.
Like to 60 feet.
I was gonna say, so you don't want to go above 60 feet.
Keen hearing.
Unless
Okay.
you want to just hear for it, because they have a limited vision, so they don't have dark vision. Doesn't seem right, because they use sonar, because they
Yeah.
don't see in the dark, they
Yeah.
feel in dark. So
Right.
if you want to be 60 feet away from something and try to get a bearing on that, you can with blind sight. There's nothing that can necessarily reach you, assuming they don't have projectiles.
right. I'm trying to think how
What if
that
they go
would
back to Brown Cedar Hole?
determine direction.
A bat would determine direction. What do you mean?
Well, like
Your
There's so
mental
many of
stats are
them.
still there, so you
Okay.
determine direction.
Yeah.
They wouldn't just. There wouldn't be an army just shambling about.
How far away are we from Brown Cedar Hold, roughly? How long of a travel
About a
was it?
day's travel into the woods past it. So
Were we supposed to go up or down the creek?
30-ish
I don't
miles
remember.
away. Like it's
Well,
you didn't see them, so you didn't have any inclination of this until you got to, of course, this point. But that was just normal wildlife, and they didn't seem very interested. They did say you did talk to some animals last time, and there was a very eloquent individual that
was very helpful.
mentioned a dead person.
Those birds were very
The
helpful.
ivory drift was taken without any signs of struggle, for lack of a better word. So it seems to me that if the necromancer wanted to attack Brown Cedar Hold, he could just do that, assuming he's connected.
I don't
to
think
that
he's
in some-
connected. I think they're two different people. The necromancer couldn't level a whole city.
He's clearly working with some entity, perhaps the entity that...
Is in the book.
It's possible, but his method, as we've seen before, is building up an army and completely overwhelming a place
Well-
like Sky Point
Unless it's changed.
twice.
Unless he took Ivory Drift to make an army.
Let's continue on our way. I will do sending once
You
we
wanted
have...
to do something specific, but
I was trying to see if I could tell what direction generally they were moving towards. Like, were they moving back towards Brown Cedar
after
Hole?
the tree fell, this
Yeah.
last tree fell. Okay, and then you were gonna you can continue. I just want to make sure I did.
Once we're back in human form, I can do sending to Kasdan and them, and say if anything starts. How far away was the house they're at from Brown Cedar Hold?
A few miles out, like 5-ish miles away from.
Okay.
I think it was 5. I could be wrong. I might have forgotten the exact, but it's several miles by foot. They needed horses to get there. It wasn't super long, but it was longer than just like a trot. You might have it in your notes, Randy. I don't remember what I said, but
You should tell them to go back to
Sure.
that lady we
I'd
left
have to
the
look at
book
my
with.
map.
And
Shit,
I can tell them to keep an eye out if anything happens. Do sending to me, and I can teleport us back to the city to help defend it if anything
Okay.
starts happening.
Okay. Let them know to
Okay.
go back to the city and stay with what's her face that has the book.
perception check. And they were north out of it. I'm assuming you're just asking so that you know if they can get there in time, right?
10.
10. Roughly looking at it, again, it seems pretty discordant. It doesn't seem like there is a path. It's not like they're all moving west, which is towards Brown Cedar Hole. There are some that seem to be moving in that direction. Most of them seem to be moving towards the falling tree, and then after it falls for a little bit, you see them sort of stop and meander. And then, do you want to stick around longer, or do you want to start going? This takes about
let's go.
20 seconds or so while you're having your conversation.
Yeah, let's just go.
Okay. All right. So you all start heading toward the river, and it's roughly the same speed as just traveling, unless you just are dashing. But dashing means you're not really using actions to look at stuff. You know what I mean? So how do you want to continue on? Also, for the record, no long rest. Except for Egnir. You did get, it was 5 hours.
How long does it take for exhaustion to set in? Is it just
Well,
gonna be
you
the
did get a
next
little
day?
bit of a nap, so it's not gonna. You could probably go through another day without actually being exhausted, but you don't get your spell slots and stuff, or hit points. So I'm assuming you didn't mark any of that down for a long rest.
Oh.
Okay. But again, Egnir did have a long rest, so due to being an elf.
Shit.
Santes leads you guys.
We set out the same day that Professor regenerated, right?
Yes.
Like, this is still the same day?
Uh,
We didn't rest
Yeah,
in
it's
between?
within the 24 hours time. Yeah,
Well, no, I meant, did we rest in between then?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
You just kind of
No, because I still
kept
have,
going 'cause
my
Professor
heal.
seemed fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first time you rested because she had a.
Fuck.
Yep. Which, by the way, no one knows.
Yeah. When I get a chance, I'll talk to him about it.
Yeah.
But we're still kind of
So-
on the edge of danger here. So.
Moving for a few minutes, you still hear them in the background due to your high passive hearing, basically, as bats. But you don't see a lot. If you want to make perception checks to, like, look in under the canopy and look for these things, you can. You cannot cast spells in this form. I think Agnir might be able to undo it.
Hold concentration on a spell
Right.
as an animal, but yeah.
Yeah. So anything you want to do in the first 5 minutes or so?
Should have fucking known that he wasn't.
Or do you just want to, like, push on until you don't hear anything?
Yeah.
Push on.
Yeah.
Until you don't hear anything? Okay. Takes about a half an hour of just flapping in this cold rain to move forward, and to kind of... It's partially because they are kind of loud, and also because of your just keen hearing. But about a half an hour of steadily following the sort of winding creek, you get to a point where Satantes and all of you sort of flap in space. You speak to each other in squeaks and understand that you don't hear anything right now. Anything you want to do?
Do we want to stop here and try to actually rest?
Do you have a
Oh,
tent?
God.
Don't have
Is
a
wet.
tent.
Do you have
Tiny
tiny
hut?
hut?
I could, but because I can switch out one spell.
Right.
But are we sure we want to risk zombies? I mean, there could be more out here.
I
other than
assume
the
we're
group.
not that far away from them.
We could keep trying to move away from the horde and then rest.
How did they find us? Was it noise?
We weren't very loud.
Could be the magics then, like you said?
I
cast very low spells, though. I don't know.
while I was sleeping, I had a vision about the necromancer. I don't know if that's related.
A vision?
Yeah, it was kind of like I think I told you guys about the inside of the book, how there was the tree and everything.
Yeah?
I saw the tree again, and the necromancer was there, and he buried something.
He was there. Wait, what did he bury?
I didn't see what it was. All I saw was the burying. He didn't seem particularly interested. I think it was a memory of some sort.
Do you
I'm
not
guessing-
remember what it was?
Was it large, like a body?
Was it a book? Was it...
No, it was this big, roughly, is how much
In your bat hands?
That's fair. It was...
It was 2 squeaks wide. I don't know how bats talk.
It was the size of, like, a bread box. You know?
Yeah.
That's a standard unit of measurement. I don't know. I'm guessing if we find his home, we'll see that tree and perhaps find that site of the burial.
Was it him, like you saw him as we saw him, or was it a future him, or was it old him, or...
You said he looked a little bit younger, right?
Yeah. Younger than when you saw him.
Yeah.
You did... And it wasn't in his... Twilkner get-up, where it was obviously a disguise, and it was sort of an elvish-ish feel to it. It was the... he was an older guy, kind of pale, like Nordic kind of pale, you know, where it's like,
Sure.
not a lot of sunlight. Blue eyes, pretty fair, lightish hair, and you did see him, and his eye, like, something about him just didn't seem as old. You don't know if this was a memory from a past, or just like he's not as necromancy, so maybe he's not in the getup and he's not surrounded by death. So
He hasn't gotten Palpatined.
right, it seemed, yeah. I guess that'd be the distinction, where he was like, you know, he's in his mid-30s, so.
Okay.
Does he look like Alexander in any way?
Do you want to make a perception check to judge characteristics?
Sure.
Go for it. You're the only one that's seen both of them in this
12.
way, really. 12? I mean, I guess some similarities. Alexander's a little more bulky, a little taller, obviously older. He's nearing 50. Just led kind of a rough life, so he's got, you know, I guess more. He's fully grayed at this point. Whereas some people in their late 40s aren't necessarily all the way there. Okay, we got it. I mean, human, fair skin, not quite as white, but there's. It's not unreasonable for her to ask that question, but you just don't go like twins. You know what I mean? Like, it's.
I just never heard about him until he popped up, and you know, Alexander never talked about that, so it's weird.
He looked younger, so perhaps a memory. I'm not positive. But
did he see you?
at first he seemed to completely ignore me. I forget. It's been like 2 weeks since we did this. Did he interact with me directly at all, or did it seem like just
didn't seem to interact with you very much. You thought there was a moment when he may have seen you, but you couldn't tell if he was looking at you or past you, or did notice you but didn't care, or because when you got close there was like a quick turn, and then but not really interacting with your presence. Does that make sense?
It didn't seem like it was current to him. It seemed like a recording, not a live feed, for lack of a better term. That's complicated. That's another discussion for another day.
I think
Whatever that sounds like in bat.
I think something about you opening that book and reading it and it doing that thing might have drawn them, which has me concerned for them being drawn to the town.
Well, I'm not in the town anymore, so if it's specifically focused on me, it's best that we stay as far away from the town right now as we can. The vision itself, if that was...
like this for 24 hours?
Yeah.
What still exists for 20?
We can stay like this for 24 hours.
Can we sleep like bats?
Hang upside
No
down
reason
somewhere?
you can't sleep like a bat if it lasts for 24 hours.
Just hang upside down with some trees.
Actually, we might be
does Agnew need to maintain concentration for this spell?
This is concentration, yeah.
Okay, so you could not sleep or meditate for.
He did get his long
But
rest.
you did get your long rest, so like you could just hang out there while they do sleep in bat
Literally
form. It's totally
hang out there.
yeah. That doesn't seem. I have no reason why you can't do that.
Maybe we
Hang
should.
out.
Hang out.
Maybe we should do that and just sleep in a tree because it's very covert, and I don't think anyone will find us that way.
It is quite cold.
And we are bats.
We'll just huddle
They won't
together.
think twice if they see
You can
two
try,
bats.
but you will have to make if you do out in the elements. You will have to make constitution saves with bat stats. So
Can
Brittany,
we?
just spread your wings over us?
it's up to you. In the next hour or so, you're gonna have to make one anyway. So I mean, like,
Can
it's
we
up to
find
you.
like a place, like a covering or something where we can get out of the fucking elements?
So
for a bit?
Tante's points to the north, and it becomes hilly and goes away from the stream, and there could be caves,
Yeah, I mean we could.
but
Keep
it's out of your
flying.
way. It's a good like mile.
Fuck.
It's up to you.
All right, fly to a cave or sleep in a tree here.
Fly to a possible.
I will
cave.
take you to wherever you'd like.
Cave
I
would
don't
be
know
nice.
I don't know of a specific cave, but I do know the cave systems are over here.
A
Probably-
cave would be nice, even though it's only a mile.
We do
No,
not
but
know
we don't
lives
know
in
if
the
there is a
caves,
cave.
Of course.
Well, he said he knows the cave systems, so he
I
knows.
know about their location. I
Yeah.
do not know a specific.
But we know there are caves. We're
Not
not.
from this vantage point. I know that
Yeah.
there are some on the west.
We're not
side.
just taking a chance on there being a cave. We know there are caves.
It'll be, yes.
Yeah.
It's a good chance. I do not know what lives inside. Could be a bear, could be nothing, could be in this weather, probably something.
I'm gonna vote tree.
Tree? Tree vote.
I could turn this into something more suited for the cold.
That also works.
That is true.
What do you got?
So that's the question.
Fish or something?
Could do fish. Or
How do fish sleep? I'm gonna Google this while you guys decide.
Speaking of cold, I am freezing. I'm going to get my blanket.
polar bear would probably stand out.
Fish sleep with their eyes open because they have no eyelids. For fish, sleep is more like a resting period similar to a daydream than a human might experience. Neat. So it's like having micro dreams when you've been up way too long.
Could do wolves, perhaps.
Of course, these would be on the ground, so.
Yeah.
I mean, or we stick with bats.
If we're bats and we go into a cave and we hang on the ceiling like you do as a bat when you sleep, I feel like it's relatively difficult for anything to attack, assuming that there's ample space between the bottom and top of the cave.
Yeah, but there are things that eat bats, so I don't know.
If they
Well, of
try and
course,
eat us, we'll
pop
turn
out,
back into
yeah.
people.
It's not like you die.
Yeah, true.
Also, I can watch out for predators. I won't be sleeping.
Okay, let's try to find a cave then.
Okay. Okay, so it's an hour out of your way to the north.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of heading roughly east. Okay. So Tantes is going to make a survival check. You can help. So, wait, what's your survival?
+10.
Okay. So, you can. Well, why don't we both roll?
Okay.
Help one another. What you got?
14.
14. 17. So, not gonna be like an immediate, but you fly north, and on the way during this hour, does anyone want to do anything? Conversations or anything you think are good?
Just listening for more zombies.
Perception check.
We have keen
Hearing. And blinds. If you get
Does
within
keen
60
hearing
feet of
give
something,
you
you'll just see it.
advantage?
Keen here gives you advantage, right?
For listening, yeah.
Hearing is
Yeah.
advantage on
Okay.
any hearing perception checks.
Yeah.
I will probably do the same thing.
That's fine.
then.
Yeah, anyone can.
Alright. So that's actually good. 20.
29.
Yeah, okay. As you head north, you get the occasional rustle of something. You get the occasional, what might sound like a, but by no means the density that you just experienced. And after about another half hour heading north, you stop hearing this. 45 minutes, you start to hear normal nature sounds more often.
That's a good sign.
About 55 minutes, getting very close to these mountains, and mountains is almost a strong word for them because they're not like jagged like the Rocky Mountains. Has anyone ever seen like rolling mountains with trees on them? Right.
Yeah.
You mean
very
like up north?
Right. Very similar to that, where they're very rounded and eroded, and basically they're marked. Their height looks even more impressive due to the very tall trees that live on them, and you can see a couple of cases where it's very steep and a tree comes out like this out of the side. At this point, basically you're looking for lack of trees as a sort of whole. So everyone rolling perception checks because he doesn't know exactly where they're at. So everybody canvas his sight.
19.
17.
16.
13.
And
I was really hoping you said 18. I feel kind of cheated now.
Oop, wrong stat block. Where you at? Oh, and 20. Okay, so as an aggregate, you guys can all kind of find. It takes another 10-15 minutes or so. So it's starting to become almost dawn. You can see off to the east. You can see that that thin blue on the horizon that's starting to. It's going to break in maybe a half an hour or so. You do see some caves. You see two different caves. You see a cave near the base of the mountain that's pretty wide. It seems like there might be an interior stream at some point because you do see a small creek of water coming out of it. And like a little clearing around the base. It seems like there's probably animal traffic here. Given your expertise in survival, it wouldn't be surprising if there was like herbivore type creatures in this space, and possibly something like a bear. That's almost like ideal for what a bear would like. So if it can maintain the territory, or wolves maybe. And then there's another one up higher that seems to be a little bit smaller. That just seems to be more like a deep sort of recess rather than like a cave with like a tunnel and like maybe branching off. You can kind of see the back of it as you sort of fly around and this sort of light starts peeking out. So,
Go
either
the
one?
one up top.
Top.
Top consensus. Okay. You all head towards the top, and as you get closer, you can kind of see two small, like, bony protrusions coming out from behind, like a rock near the back. It's like bone, like almost like a hook. Just sort of flap around the edge of the cave.
Do you want me to go in? and get a better
Bony
look?
protrusion?
Kind of like almost like a bony hook.
I guess a better look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want
do
to go in
that.
a little bit and get a better.
Are you trying to be
look.
like stealthy?
Yeah. Bat
Roll
stealth.
a bat stealth.
Randy, bat stealth block.
Bad dex.
It's probably like
That
8.
stealth is +2.
Oh, that's not bad.
Randy's frozen.
No, he's not.
He's frozen on my iPad.
14?
Okay. And you want to look?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
I guess-
You have blind sight,
Yeah.
so you will get details no matter what. Just depends on your vantage point,
Okay.
right? Do you want where at?
I'd probably try and
Because
get
it seems there seems to be this again. It's like coming out from behind like it's by no means flat. Things do not come in here super often to like push it down.
Yeah.
It's a little craggy, and then there's like a rock connected to the cave on the left side, and then near the back where it sort of thins out, there seems to be like a shape you're seeing, and it seems distinctly not rock.
So it's behind the left side or behind on the
It's
right
behind
side?
the left side as
Okay.
you
I want to get
come up to it. So from
high
your
up
perspective, you kind of be
diagonally
going.
on the right side.
Okay.
So I can look diagonal.
So you want to have like a half cover view of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
That's really good. 25.
Okay. And because of it's dark back here, it's about 40 feet away, so it's like pitch black. You have to use your blind sight, so you let out a little scoop, and bounces around. And it's weird for you to process.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me an intelligence.
Oh,
check.
yikes.
Oh god.
Valios intelligence check?
Yeah. You get advantage because you have blind sight.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. 15.
Okay.
First
so,
one was a 6.
At first, it's very confusing. And it almost looks like a hand, like a two-fingered hand, like a large mega sloth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you can see it sort of go like this towards you as you make that little. And then you look down. It's a mountain goat.
Oh.
It's clearly a mountain goat.
Oh my god.
We'll
Just a
flag out.
mountain goat hiding from the rain up in the mountains.
Alright, let's
Gonna
go to
fly by, be
sleep.
Guys, it's a goat. Can we
Oh
sleep
my
now?
god. Yeah, I'm tired.
Yeah, and you can. There are some spaces at the top of the cave where you can get a nice, good grip on some. It's basically like black slate here. It's a little chippy, but you guys are like an ounce and a half, so good to go. So anyone that wants to sleep, you will be waking up around noon.
There goes our sleep schedules, but yeah.
Yeah.
If that's okay, I assume that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Agner, can you drop it for just one person and like revert back in, or do you have to stay in bat the whole time? You can. There's a sleeping goat at the back that doesn't seem to be bothered by you.
It says on subsequent turns you can use your action to transfer affected creatures into new forms. I'm assuming I
I
can do
feel
it
like that
individual
means new
creature.
form could be
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll allow it if you wanna do anything. If you don't, that's fine too. We haven't used the spell before. It's cool.
It's a mountain goat.
Wait, why is that
Like the
funny?
mountain goat. Somebody said John Darnielle is sleeping
Oh.
on the side of this mountain.
Oh, yelling about his stepdad or something. Hey, we all have problems.
No, I don't have anything I necessarily want to do. I'll just keep watch for now.
Easy enough. Go and roll a perception check. Is there anything specific you're kind of watching for? As Satante sort of sidles up next to you and squeaks to you like, "Keep a watch out." And him and Barlow Bat huddle up next to you guys. You guys sort of hanging.
Basically watching for any predators or any like unusual patterns or movements.
Okay.
And the roll was a 30.
All right. So, spending the evening. That's great. Spending the evening, doing so. The doom music stops. And the goat gets up at one point and sort of spins around like a dog and sits back down and
Woo.
sleeps. At another point, you do hear movement off to the right of the cave, maybe 2 hours into sleeping. You just want to wait? Kinda,
Yeah, for now.
you just kind of hear that brushy sound of moving against like tall grasses. And you wait. Another goat walks into the cave, walks to the back of it, spins around like a dog, and lays down.
Aw.
This one seems to be a little bit smaller. Maybe just not as old, but it also has horns. You hear a little chirping of birds as the sun starts to come up. And you have a nice vantage over this beautiful cedar forest. You can see off to the left, towards the east, towards the sunrise. You can see on the horizon. At first you thought it was the light because it's just closer to the source of light, But as the light sort of moves up over this really, really nice sort of rolling, it almost looks like a green carpet. But at the end of it, near that light source, it's almost like looking at snow. Like white, pure, bright snow. Like when it's really bright and you're up at a high point, like at a ski lodge or something, you know, bougie white people stuff. It's almost hard to look at first due to its reflectivity. And then you realize those are most certainly the White Pines of Winterlight on the edge. So you think you have about a day's journey on foot to get there. In bat form,
We could continue to fly.
You could continue to fly towards that space.
60 feet if we dash.
And
Same as if we were
it
on
would be
foot.
about double the speed, just given the fact that you don't have to deal with
The
moving
bats
around
get any
shit.
kind of negatives in the sun?
I don't think they have sunlight sensitivity now.
Why don't we just say fuck it and fly the rest of this form that we have, and then...
Yeah.
Well, in the morning, you can try to discuss that as... Well, at noon you can, which would be roughly 10 hours of this spell by the time you guys get around to that. So you have 14 hours. Other than that, nothing really happens. Is there anything you want to do during that time? I assume you said no already about
So that's
form
a
change, but...
yes, you can turn people human and then back into like a bat, or no? Because I still wanted to do
I
sending.
would assume so, yeah. It just takes an action.
Okay. Then I'm gonna have you turn me into back into an elf, so I can quickly do sending to
in the morning.
yeah, to Kasdan.
Okay, so in the morning, you have this sort of bat conversation, little squeaks, and you do so.
Yeah, I'll just text this to you.
Okay. So around noon, the goats left around the time. It's still raining, so there's that sort of, again, that din of wetness and that cold, and you can see their breath. But they walk out and walk out around 9-ish in the morning. About 3 hours later, everybody starts to wake up after a nice rest.
I also...
And you can do this. What's up?
I would like to be turned back into a person for a little bit to use my sending stone to talk to Alexander.
No,
Why?
Only one at a time, please.
only one.
There can only be one.
What?
Look at the grin on his
No, I'll change.
Fuck you! Randy, go fuck yourself, okay?
No, I'm not gonna change you. I wouldn't change her after that.
No, she can be a snail now.
This is to
Agnear wouldn't be this
Kasdan,
vindictive.
Kasdan.
He would. No, actually, no.
There's no reason for him to
He
be.
doesn't get emotion, so he wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Randy's just being petty. Anyway.
Wow. You spend all day saving lives, and that's what I get. Silence.
Hold on, I'm typing a message to Alexander. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Was Kasdan there when we talked to the wizard in town?
Yes.
Okay. In my message, I was just assuming he would know if he needed to do sending to go to her, but I couldn't remember if...
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I sent my message to you.
Okay, and this is to Alexander.
Yeah, through the sending stone.
Okay. So you get that. Did you want to talk about it with them while I send this, or do you have to? Does anybody else need to do anything?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. So you take the time to do the sendings. Do you want to be turned back into a bat after this? And are we continuing on our way?
Why don't we do birds or something instead of bats, so we're not...
Yeah, I was thinking since it's daylight, we could do giant eagle, which has a fly speed of 80.
Giant?
Yes.
As long as it's
Going to
large
murder.
or smaller with a challenge rating less than 4.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that'd be 5 giant eagles.
It's a little conspicuous.
Right. So if you were trying not to be conspicuous, but if you don't care, because zombies aren't that smart, if you assume that's all that's looking at,
right? Because of Barlow.
1, 3, 4, 5. You're right. 6.
We could do regular hawks, which is only
Regular
60 feet,
hawks.
That's fine. That's
Flying
more
bees,
fly speed
regular
than the
hawks.
bats.
But yeah, that's twice
I've
as
never
fast
seen a
as the
flock of
bats.
hawks.
Flied speed than me.
Most people
Flock
aren't paying
of
attention
crows?
to that, though.
Alright.
Flock of seagulls.
Can you make us crows or something? Or
Good.
ravens?
Owl, raven, is 50 feet.
Ravens would fly in a pat
But
like
they
a
duck.
flock, right?
Yeah, there's I think a swarm of ravens.
Flying V?
even. Yeah, there's a swarm of ravens stat blocks.
Ducks fly together.
Let's be ravens then.
That's so Raven.
So it's not weird that we're a bunch of hawks.
No, I'm just picturing the necromancer looking out a window. Wait a minute.
Hawks
Wait a
don't
minute.
fly in flocks. What? Unbelievable.
I call bullshit on these hawks.
But no, he sees like ravens outside and he's like, that fits my aesthetic. They're just here to goth up the place. Oh, is that him yelling? Is that a yell I hear?
Yes, he is yelling. Okay. So right before you're about to be changed into what?
Hawks?
We're gonna do ravens.
Ravens. A murder.
Oh shit.
Right before that, you get your messages back. You have not eaten today, but I mean, like, you know, you can go with that a little
I
bit
don't
if
like
you
the
want
look
to.
on your face. In real person.
And you head off towards.
I don't know how to feel right now.
Back to the river, or back, or you're just heading towards the trees.
I think
How
just
far
straight
is it?
shot towards
Yeah,
the
'cause we
trees.
can-
Are we sure?
As the
we were
raven
tracking it
flies.
effectively, right?
About a mile back to the river. What?
We were following a trail of some sort specifically before.
Well, we were
No, we were just following the
Okay.
river.
I guess
Yeah,
it doesn't
so
But
we
if we
just-
fly straight, it takes us less time to get
Sure.
there.
Okay.
So
Wish we
just
were
straight
crows.
line. And now that we are crows, we can see where we're going
Wait,
instead of having
we
to
are
hear
crows?
it.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily know where that is in the
Or ravens.
forest, right?
Jackdaws, all the
Surprised we aren't
different
crows.
birds.
There's a real good joke.
Yeah, but once we get into the Winterlight area, we could probably get down closer to the ground to try to find
Okay.
a clearing or something where I'm assuming this house would be.
All right. So, someone Google how fast ravens fly.
They have a fly speed of 50.
Yeah, but that's
In
per
the game.
combat round. So
Oh,
like IRL, what's a decent speed for a raven?
Like a Monty Python
Just for-
sketch.
No, just for travel
50
purposes.
miles an hour.
50 miles an
Yeah,
hour.
their average flying speed over moderate distances, about 500 miles, is around
That's what I
50
figured.
miles per hour. But speeds of up to 58.7 has been observed in
Well,
top
you're not-
racers.
I mean, you're not.
We're top
racers.
We're
racers.
real good burbs, okay?
So,
I'm literally a bird.
make me a Constitution
Do
save.
I still have the advantage for my
If you
one?
guys want to bust ass. Do
'Cause
you guys
you-
want to bust ass?
Yeah, let's
Yeah. Do I still
go.
have that advantage? Because I think you said it lasts for like 48 hours.
Raven
I'm gonna
comes
use my
in as a
advantage.
You
minus
can
one.
use it on that if you'd like.
Okay, because I haven't used one yet.
Me either. Hey, perfect.
12.
19.
Okay, it's not very high. You're a bird.
It's a good thing
21.
I did.
21.
21.
It's minus 1 for the raven.
Oh shit! Wait.
Minus 1 for the raven.
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Never mind.
For
16.
Raven con, yeah.
Also 16.
12 still? Or 11?
-1, it's the same.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot. 16.
I got 12.
Both of them got a 6.
Oh, yikes.
So instead of 50 miles an hour the whole time, 25 miles an hour. So it takes you about an hour to get to this edge. Because a whole day's travel on foot is much different than 50 miles an hour. And so you can get to roughly the edge of this sort of change in, you start seeing the opposite effect of, instead of a bunch of cedars, you start seeing way more white pines as you fly over them. And this sort of soft green canopy as it wishes by you gives way to a more jagged, almost like tiny, like from your perspective it almost looks like looking down, like satellite photos of like the Himalayas at times, because of like just the speed and the angle at which you're looking at it straight down. You see this sort of black give way to white near the top. It's very interesting. Is there anything you want to do during this time as you feel the sort of wind pass your face and this really cool and this light sort of sleet like rain? You want to squawk at each other about anything over the hour?
I just let him know that I did sending to the other group and told him to head towards town. So
Also,
in case anything comes up.
I messaged Alexander and he said they're scrying immediately. Just not where, so...
You can't have access to your sending stone in your form.
Yeah.
So you don't know what the... So, you presume that's him and Vala he's talking about.
Yeah.
As you continue to head out, you're seeing these white peaks, and it's not snow. It is actually just the whiteness of these needles on these coniferous trees. Very tall, beautiful white pines. You can smell that sort of familiar scent. This is why there's still a little bit of a supply of those treats around, because some of these trees still live. But 5 minutes going over this space, and you can see why it is rare and expensive, as it almost immediately, like a shock, goes from white to dark brown and black as you're flying over top of it. And you can see an entire, as you look out, lifting your head up from this, you can see miles of black, blighted, needleless, basically husks of what used to be these trees. They almost look like they got burnt, but they didn't.
Satantas, do you know why the blight started here?
It started many years ago. Long before the Gygax and
I have a feeling...
You actually read about a little bit of this before in that manifesto type thing that was left by the fuck is your spider's name?
Gregor.
Gregor.
I wanted to say...
Do you have that?
I want to say
packet again?
Edgar.
I went close.
Did we get a
It's
packet
because
for
we're-
that?
Yeah, you have a
Absolutely got
handout.
a physical packet.
You have a
It's right
physical
there.
handout.
That's probably
That's
because
it.
we're
That's it right
ravens,
there.
Jake.
Probably this
It's
right
also
here.
in the Discord.
You're not. You're ravens right now, and you
God damn
literally
it.
cannot be pulling that out at this moment. There you go. But you can later.
Where do objects that someone carries
They go into your form.
Yeah, they're in your form.
That is disgusting.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Like,
polymorph to the same thing. Like all of your equipment just basically just.
I have a feeling that what we're looking for is going to be in the middle of the blight. Just a hunch. Just a wee bit of a hunch there.
Center of blight. Do we want to? Well, we can try to see how it curves and give a. He and I can points towards a Velios bird. we can probably find a more direct path if we can get to roughly the... If you're correct about it being the direct center. If we had to spread out... It might take about... You could meander and hope for the best and, like, do a series of... This is basically how it's going to work. Do a series of survival checks to kind of, like... find your way to what might be the center, or you can take an hour or two to fan out and kind of report back what you see and try that. It'll be, and if it's successful, you'd have an easier time finding a center, assuming it's in the center and assuming it's circular.
Okay, if you guys want to swoop out and go chart, me and Professor can look at those journal entries while you guys do that.
So do you want to land down on the ground and let them...
let them scout.
Okay.
If they're gonna go scout, I'm gonna turn them into hawks so they get keen sight.
Makes sense. So
Good play.
you turn. So Tantes and you have very good perception. Did you want to also? Oh no, you were going down. I'm sorry. To talk about that. And then. Okay, so. You go ahead and roll perception. Did you want to go to Egnir, or what are you doing?
I feel like
So Tantes mentions that Barlow should probably just stay behind.
I think only us two should go in case something happens. That way there's at least 4 of you.
Yeah, I'll stay like in the air above Alenia and Professor.
Okay. Also
so I
in
can keep an eye out in both directions for anything.
Also in Raven form, or did you want to also turn into a hawk or something else?
I'll stay in a Raven form.
Okay, so Raven around, little Raven pops onto the shoulder of Alenia, and that's Barlow.
All right.
They're going to spend some time reading that document. Feel free to read any interesting bits out loud for chat. And you and Satantes can make keen sight rolls, so it's advantage. With I guess that would still be your mental
It's still
stats.
my mental stats.
Okay. Perfect. 26.
22.
Okay, so this is going to take about an hour. So while this hour is taking place, you fly out, and you're kind of looking for the rough curvature, assuming that this is starting in a circular space. Does take some time. You're going out there, and it seems like there's probably a curvature to it as you spread off and just kind of like this rough line, because it's not perfect. It's not like 1-to-1 where there's like clearly a mark in the ground where there's, you can like pull it out on paint and do the circle tool. There does seem to be a curve to it, and assuming Satante says the same, you have some ideas on where the center might be as it spreads out. Again, assuming this is in the center.
Right.
White Pines would get their last sweetness.
So you're down to, by the time you get back, you're down to about 11 hours on the spell.
Yeah, that should be right.
Just so you know. And did you want to do anything, Egnir, while they're reading this document? That they got like literally 2 years ago?
To keep an eye out.
Okay, go to roll perception.
26.
Okay. You fly around and you don't notice anything suspicious necessarily. You definitely see wildlife. And then just the rain and sort of Barlow hanging out in bird form. You hear these two basically just making like small noises like and sort of looking pensively together as they sort of hide this with their cloaks from the rain. This old manuscript that actually you haven't actually seen before. They've pulled this out for the first time. You haven't seen this in real life. It is the thing they're reading right now is in our Discord chat. If you are interested in that, it is under lore.
Yeah, I have the document.
Yeah, so that's what they found. Any more questions while that's happening?
I can read some key moments we just skimmed past here.
Sure. Did you want to share that with the party as well? That's what the idea is?
Yeah, so,
Okay. So, Agnir, did you want to get closer to listen to it?
Sure.
Okay, so Agnir sort of, still keeping watch, plops to a bough of a tree that's not too far away. As you guys sort of go over this, you guys are super far away, so you're not part of this.
So, this starts out with Alindra and Crosley meeting and having a family, and it mentions that they fell in love and lived in Winterlight, and Winterlight was beautiful, and no mention of a blight, right? Let me find. The man, his wife, and their children began the routine of turning that simple sap into my holiday memories once again. Now old enough to do the work he had done when their parents first met, the children would often do the tapping themselves. The last time the two children would ever do anything, the White Pines of Winterlight would also give their last sums of sweetness to the world. Which makes it sound like... When the man was alone in his house, writing in his shipment ledger, when the door was knocked on, he set his glasses down, tapped the quill, and walked to the door. Surely the boys had buckets filled to the top, otherwise they'd open the doors themselves. He smiled as he answered the door, proud of his sons. It took him a moment to understand why the sap looked so odd. Had there been some process in the tree? A blight? Something surely must have turned the sap so thick and red. Of course, a moment of shock like that can last a lifetime in the mind of the affected. It was only when he saw the three familiar faces looking up at him from beside the buckets that it set in. Odd, he thought to himself. Their heads still have glimmers of life in them. And then basically he meets up with Gregor. Gregor said he tried to comfort him. And he basically, Crosley told Gregor everything about how it was hard to preserve the bodies of his family. Gregor regrets giving him advice. The first thing he and I brought back was a bird. They experimented on birds. Oh god.
Quite literally had this in your possession for real life 2 years.
After the screaming ended, we began the process. Very quickly, we discovered that we needed the amplification if it were to work, so we made the 5 paragons. We discovered that these flawless diamonds, each from its own plane, each identical, were enough to focus the energies necessary to bring things back to life. Well, life is a hard thing to call it. You see, the one thing these paragons could never do is return the minds, the souls. We dabbled with the old spells of revenancy, but those were merely husks that focused on single emotions. The irony of this, in regards to him, is not lost on me. Unsatisfied with my contributions, he needed more minds on this, and he left me. The man's wife had a brother. Maybe he'll do what you're not willing to. I was unwilling to disturb the dead on the level he wanted, and he hated me for it. But how can a man bring a body into this world without the soul to pilot it? I believe my denial of his goals, when he felt he was so close to a boiling point, may be the point in time that the grief turned to rage. He experimented for years after that. He was still in Winterlight. He didn't answer any ravens. Gregor went back in 1799, which was a year before...
799.
Or 799. So used to our normal dates. 799, which was a year before the Council Day in Gygax, when it blew up. The trees, save the one nearest the old house, were black. It seems the magic necessary to create undeath must feed on the life around it, though the bits of poet I have in me think it was the grief and rage that caused this once beautiful place to emulate its caretaker. The man I met only 2 years before was not the man I saw. He observed me with blackened eyes, and not the former blue. The man had been consumed, and this monster was in control. Horrifyingly, beside him were his family members. Each was upright, but not one of them were there. I will never forget the children, the hollowness in their tiny eyes. His ghastly pursuits got him half of what he wanted, and when he saw me, he wept. But it wasn't the sort of crying one does when met with unfathomable grief. He cried because his rage had nowhere else to go. His tears traveled along his face in tiny rivers of pure hatred. Those rivers fueled what became his final birth. The man I knew died that day. In front of my eyes, he was reborn. Crosley. I ran and I am still running. He blames me. He blames humanity. He blames the gods. He blames us all. We are alive, and even though he walks among us, he died with his family in those beautiful white pine woods where my mother got the syrup for her pastries. I do believe that when he finally catches me, I will do my best to remember her face.
He died 5 years ago.
Yeah.
The first time you encountered the necromancer.
The center of the blight.
Yeah.
At this point, you guys return, sort of looking for Egnir. Egnir kind of pops back up after listening to this conversation. Can quickly find his raven form and find where they sat down and come back.
How did we forget about that?
There was a lot going on.
Specifics also make more sense in hindsight than they would have at the time.
True. Why didn't I think to come back here? I don't know. It'll definitely be the center, except for the tree. The one tree.
I'm thinking I know what that tree probably looks like.
You think it's the same one?
Probably. Whatever he buried under it. I don't know.
Well, I think are we still birds?
You are, well, you're always a bird, but
Well,
you're a dumber
Wait.
bird than usual.
Wait,
well, the same smartness.
Yeah, but
to
you can't
bring
talk.
something back, he had to draw on the life from the things around it.
Can I understand what they're saying at all?
Do you
You
think?
can understand them, yeah, but you can't talk.
Do you think that has anything to do with the Ivory Drift? Or Gygax? Did he take those lives
Maybe.
to feed power?
As far as the motive goes, it makes the most sense.
I don't understand what he wants. He killed everyone responsible for killing his family. Alright, we need to go.
Egnir, up to you. The other birds are talking to you. Basically, you and Satantes come to a conclusion that you could probably, using both of your knowledge of the, I guess, northern and southern expanses of this, you could probably use that information. Basically, you're going to get advantage on survival checks each. So, 4 d20s. And it should help find the center, if the center is what you're looking for. These two can't understand you until Egnir turns them into birds. But so what do you want to do?
If I get the sense that they're done reading and ready to move on, I'll turn them back into ravens.
Okay, easy enough. You can understand them, of course. So after a second, your forms turn back into ravens. Barlow goes up next to. Are you turning Satantes and Evelios into ravens as well?
Yeah, I might as well.
Okay. do so. You're all back in Raven form and can discuss things in chirps and squawks yet again, if you'd like. Is there anything you want to share or talk about? You do know basically that they can find the center.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Survival checks from each of you.
28.
Flat 20. Okay. So between the two of you, you can start heading towards the what would be the roughly geographic center of this area. It's probably going to take, based on your estimation, because even the horizon you kept seeing it going, and even taking an hour to go out to the sides and kind of follow that, you couldn't see necessarily an end to it. And you do know it expands for hundreds of miles. So it could take quite some time. Is there a specific amount of time that you'd like to do it? Basically, every hour you have to make a survival roll. Do you just want to go until you can't no more?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first hour goes by, and you're heading in the rough location. You're kind of using the sun with that, and so it's about almost 3 o'clock at this point, since you spent so much time moving out and looking at the documents and having discussions and then heading in. So another two. Ooh, fuck. Terrible.
30.
That's great because I got a 14. Two of you keep course, heading in, and again, it's basically just bleak. There's not a lot going on. There's still that rain. It's still sleety. I need everyone to make Constitution saves at this point, just dealing with this sort of environment.
Fuck.
-1 for Ravens.
7.
0.
I'm gonna use a luck point.
Okay.
15.
15. 7, you said? Okay.
17.
All right. Anyone that got under 10, including Barlow and apparently Elenia, first level exhausted.
Which is just,
Disadvantage on ability checks. As the cold is starting to really, really get in there.
Forgot this existed.
What's that?
My natural explorer with my ranger with forest.
What about it?
Difficult terrain doesn't slow us. We can't be lost except for magical means.
Yep. Yeah, you had that with Satantis as well.
Yeah.
The only difference is instead of flying straight, difficult terrain doesn't mean you can walk through trees. So it'll just take longer. Course. So, yeah, Satantis has that too. So technically it's redundant. So
I just forgot that I had it.
Oh, okay. So you weren't penalized for not knowing that last session. So that's good. Okay. So another survival check from you. I'm rolling terribly. 16, 18. Still on course, and at this point, about 3.5 hours in, which means you have like 7 hours left on the spell, I believe.
Right around there, yeah.
Yeah. You do see off in the distance on the horizon, like a quick flash. Like just a...
Like lightning?
Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe it's just like a reflection, like a body of water or something, or...
Is it a river or a
might
pond?
be. Roll
or...
a perception check.
Oh, that's sticky.
Not
That
a...
is weird.
Oh, are we still hawks? Or did
Yeah.
you turn us back? Okay.
No, you're a raven.
Okay.
Ravens.
25?
25. And he didn't notice it anyway, but, what was that? With 25, you look, and there was a moment where you passed, sort of these tall black, tree posts, basically. That were off in the
I didn't
distance.
know this.
What's that?
This is new.
Is it the new rules?
It's on
'Cause
the
we're not applying
D&D
this.
Beyond one. It's like the official one.
Well, if it's the new variants they put out on UA, it's...
It's not on UA.
What do you got going on?
Oh, it's on this one too. When you make an intelligence or wisdom check related to your favorite terrain, your proficiency bonus is doubled. So I should be having plus 20 this whole time. Both of us should. Because
Okay.
survival's wisdom.
Sure.
So
It's your proficiency bonus, not your.
Oh,
your...
sorry.
Yeah.
So it'd be 15
Right.
instead of 10.
Yeah.
So we should be having plus 15.
Imagine if we knew our class features.
Well, that hasn't really came into play.
To be fair, we haven't been rolling around forests
We don't
and
walk
shit
around
lately.
very much.
Yeah.
We're too privileged for that.
We have a magic box.
Yeah, my actually Natural Explorer doesn't say that on here.
Oh, because, yeah, the one that you printed out for me in the
Oh, that's
very
fine.
ever
Okay.
first.
Yeah, that's from the handbook.
You know.
I mean, his survival's plus 9.
Yeah, mine's
because his
plus
proficiency isn't as high, but
10,
yeah.
so.
Anyway, so, with a 25, you see, it was a little obscured, and then some sunlight hit it just right. There is a tall white tree.
Found
That's
it.
it.
I found it.
All right, let's
And
go.
I squawk to them.
You squawk to them. It's about another hour in. It's like basically on the horizon, but you have such good perception here. Okay, so you're heading in. Anything you want to do as you head towards this space? Do you want to head right to it? Do you want to
Do you want to
stop
land
outside?
a little bit and
Do
turn
you
back?
wanna-
Or do you want to go as birds?
We should
I'm gonna
probably
land and
I think
turn
we should
back.
Do you want
scope
me to
it
do a
out
flyover?
and kind of.
Yeah.
Turn me into a hawk and I'll do a flyover?
Yeah,
Do you need to be a different kind of bird to scope it
to
out?
see better.
See better.
Oh, okay, that makes
Because
sense.
hawks get keen sight.
That's my bad.
Do you want me and whatever his name is to go?
Satantas?
Satantes? Yeah.
A major NPC we've been with for 2 sessions
I just-
now, yes.
See, I keep getting the problem with that name is it's so close to Cervantes from Soul Calibur. I want to just keep saying Cervantes.
Close enough.
Oh, we've
So-
never played with Cervantes. He's not.
I will literally add a Cervantes next time. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay. So
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
The
I'll
idea
turn them
is-
back into hawks.
the idea is what?
We're gonna like do a flyby.
You and Satantes
Like a
have turned
scope.
into hawks.
Yes.
Are you just gonna speed up to get away, or are you guys gonna slow down?
We can slow down.
You guys slow down? Okay. How far ahead do you want to be?
I mean, we were just gonna go, scope it out. I don't know if they want to like come a little bit.
We'll fly in that direction, but stay behind you.
Don't fucking look at me. Don't point out my juvenile nature.
What
It's
did
not
you
my-
do?
I said I don't know if they want to come just a little bit, and then
And
You
you
know, not the
giggled.
full amount.
Yes. That's funny. Fuck you.
Anyway,
You're a child.
You're literally dating Jake, so I want none of this.
That doesn't mean
That's-
that I approve of his humor, okay?
fine.
The shade.
anyways,
So,
Like, he literally finds mispronouncing cum hilarious.
Okay,
This was
coom
a-
is
I
like a
like-
meme.
I like saying coom because of the meme and because it makes you very
'Cause
uncomfortable.
it's so much grosser. It's
Is
a
it?
very gross version
You don't
of
want to
the
be
word.
a based coomer?
I don't
can
like
I go
it.
home? Can I just quit and just walk out?
Speaking of coom, the very white tree is off in the
God
distance.
damn it.
Everything.
You're heading forward. They're I'm gonna say they're a good half-mile back
Okay.
as you approach.
Yeah.
Given the speed difference here, and you both want to scope out the situation. Go and roll perception checks. And what are you looking for? Oh, Jesus, he rolled terribly.
Did
So,
you coom?
wait, he gets advantage.
He also gets extra proficiency because her perception. So
And 5, 14. He gets 19.
yeah, I'll
Do you
take
know
a
the Coach
28.
Redfield thing?
28.
The what?
I just want to see if
Did
there's
you
anything
come
like around it. Or
I
if it,
don't know. What
Okay.
that
it
is
seems
from.
rather like untouched or.
So from the top
I'll
of
look it up.
from the top of your
No, it's Coach
there is a slight clearing. The fuck up. There is a slight clearing. You coomers.
you guys just coom down, please.
I'm gonna throw myself into the ground.
There is a river that seems to loop from the west and slip under the southern portion of this clearing and keep heading easterly, like southeasterly. It seems like it might be the same river, or maybe it's connected to that river back in the past, or it's just roughly parallel or something. But it does seem like there must be enough of a slope to where the river is running in that direction. Probably because the mountains are in the opposite direction. There is a small, slightly decaying, like, old wood rope bridge that just spans the 20 or so feet at the thinnest point of that river that moves from into the woods and then into this clearing, running from west to east. It seems like, because you rolled high, it seems like there's some planks that are like missing and like unkept. But it doesn't seem like anything's like really using it.
Does it look like it's like...
Also, the ground is white.
Okay. Does it look like it's like well kept, like someone keeps coming back and like making it look
Not
nice?
necessarily. It seems to be an old horse stable. The roof is collapsed in. Kind of like an old grassy... It seemed to have like a grass roof that maybe had a semi-permanent, like old wooden, like almost bark top. It was probably a temporary structure. At some point, you've seen some of these on some more rural places where they couldn't necessarily get a carpenter out into the middle of the fucking mountain woods, and they just did their best. But that's collapsed, so that doesn't seem like it's been taken care of. There is. Again, the ground is white, but it isn't snow.
Okay.
It seems to be white needles from this instead of this black ground that you had been.
It's like the only thing that like is living, like it sticks
It's
out.
not even living. It's the needles had fallen off. Like
Yeah.
if you see freshly fallen pine needles, it's green, and then over time it browns and it turns into that sort of orangey brown. This is white. There is one white tree, kind of on a small mound, to the southeast of a decent-sized wooden cabin that seems to be made of probably cedar. It has as you approach from the west, so moving down towards it, there seems to be like a covered awning porch. With steps on it, very like think Georgia house, where you kind of have that like stoop area, and then the underneath, and it's covered, and it's got pillars on the corners, and then that leads into, and it looks like looks like it's made of white pine instead of the cedar, so like a more recent addition relative to the rest of it. The rest of it seems like a cabin. It's sort of like L-shaped from the top. It kind of goes like this, and then goes down a little bit, and there's like a smaller place. There seems to be a back door with another white pine like porch that it doesn't have like an awning or anything. It's like a kind of like mine,
Okay.
where it's just got, it doesn't, but without the railing.
Yeah.
Made of wood. There's some windows. They're simple. It seems to have like, some of them are just covered in like a wax paper. Some of them actually have glass, specifically the two front ones. And it's made of what seem to be treated logs that were put together and notched and hewn pretty well. You also see, with your roll, next to a series of black trees, kind of opposite that back porch area, you do see what looks like an outhouse.
He's got his own.
It does seem to have it seems like a stone base with more white pine sort of built up.
Than yours.
The door is sort of partly ajar. It doesn't seem like anyone's been using it. There's barely any traffic, but you can see indentations where probably the ground had been pounded down with traffic for many years, but nothing recent. And in the back corner to the left, like if you were to walk out the house in that back porch, sort of straight and kitty corner, there'd be the outhouse maybe 30 yards away. If you were to walk out that same and look to your left, about 15 yards away, you would see a large well. That you look down, and somewhere down in there, it seems like it might be covered in ice or something.
This is why perception is the best skill of the game.
It's one of them.
I just got so much info.
So that's what you see. You don't see any movement, and you do see. You can look back and you can see them. You know, roughly the path that you would face to get back to your friends in bird form.
Alright. We'll fly back.
Okay.
So we got our info and we'll fill them in on everything.
Okay.
Know what's there?
Chirps and squawks, and you understand pretty much everything I just told him.
Alright, let's go actually down there on foot.
Yeah, it should be
Do you want to just land in the space?
Yeah.
Fuck
Do
it.
you want? I mean, there could be like magical traps or alarms.
I don't
or...
think you would set a trap here.
You did fly over it, not super close, but like you didn't land, unless you want to.
It might not ping a bird though.
Sure.
And he's like double bird, so
Yeah.
it's like a stealth
Well,
It's
fighter.
like a baconator of bird.
I think we should just go.
Okay, son of baconator bird.
Baconator Jr.
No, it's called son of baconator.
There
Don't
is
get it
also
wrong.
a Baconator Junior.
Jesus Christ, really?
There are varying levels of Baconator for whatever you want.
So is the regular baconator not senior? Okay, okay, we're gonna stop. Okay.
Can we play D&D?
Son of baconator is
Stop!
we're
the first.
talking about
No.
delicious meats.
And then he named his son after himself, which is Junior. That makes sense. Okay,
Yeah.
we're good. Moving on. So,
I think one's like a big patty. And
Shut
one's
the
a small
fuck up.
We're
patty.
this close
And
to
one
the
has
maybe
two
to
patties.
maybe the man who killed my brother. Can we like go?
Nah.
well, we're
I'm
not
hungry,
talking
I'm
about
sorry.
that. Oh man,
There's a Wendy's cup right here, so it's like
So, do you want to land in the space or on the other side of the bridge or on top of the house? Do you want to
Land near
wonder.
the house.
Yeah.
near the house?
Yes.
Just across the bridge? Okay. So, you all begin to land.
looking at the area. Does the tree that's standing look like the? I mean, time has passed, so it certainly would be bigger.
Are you undoing the bird form?
I don't like that
Yeah,
question.
Yeah.
Okay, so bird form dropped.
I'll keep concentrating for now, though, just in
All
case.
normal space. So Tantes looks at this cabin. I do not recognize this cabin. I will keep watch here. And sort of him and Barlow stand next to the bridge. Barlow's looked out into the woods. So Tantes has looked at you guys. And it's basically, he doesn't know what the fuck to do at this point. He is not a house searcher.
Yeah.
He is a wood guy. So he basically defers to you. At this point, you're his guide. If you want him to do something, he basically says, let me know if you want me to do anything. But and you said you wanted to look at that tree, the only white tree on the thing. Okay, roll a history check, I guess, to determine if it's the same one in your visions, I suppose.
30.
Okay, so the hill is much smaller. This is a good history check. The hill is much smaller. It's next to a house. There's no house in your. This is just maybe 15 feet away. As you look at the house, it sort of goes like this, and there's like another wing that looks like it was probably added on at a later date. And it's like right here.
Mhm.
And these have like actual glass windows in them. And you see the tree, and it goes up. It's probably the same type of tree, and maybe the visions. You could conceive that the vision, like you do mind palace stuff. Like it could be exaggerated. It could be so. It could be. It doesn't look 1-to-1, but it doesn't look super different. It looks reasonable to suspect.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I want to go up to the house.
Okay, so you want to walk up onto the larger porch in front where you're... Okay, anybody else want to do anything?
I'm just gonna like
Follow.
kind
Are you following Professor?
I'm just gonna like
Or
keep
Linda?
watch.
So you're going to keep watch. So if you kept them both... You'd have to lose sight of one. So do you
Her.
want to...
I would lose sight of the professor because she's going towards the house.
She's going towards the house, so Professor is going towards the... So you want to kind of walk with Professor a little bit. That's what you're saying.
Well, I want to keep Elenia in my sights because she's going towards the house. I know.
But they're both kind of going towards
Okay.
the house. So she's going in,
Yeah.
and she's going on the outside of it near a tree.
Okay.
So you want to go to the one, you want to go with Elenia who's going in. Okay. So you kind of...
I'll go with Professor since
Okay.
she's less able to defend herself.
That's fair.
It really, that's contextually dependent. If the tree turns into a thing that strikes with fury, possibly. If the tree turns into a caster, counterspell. So, you and Agnier sort of follow around. You kind of walk up and you hear this sort of as this sort of bends. With the just your weight in general, with your plate mail, sort of stepping on this old, piney, seemingly untreated addition to this front of this house. In front of you is a large wooden door. It's wider than a standard door. There's not like stuff on the outside, although you do notice as you walk around to the like against the house in sort of the corner where that new wing meets the old. There seem to be old dead bushes. Maybe they used to be like just normal like bushes, or maybe rose bushes. You can't quite tell at this point what they used to be. It's again basically just the leafless wood part. You go up to the door. It is locked. It seems like a normal.
That's weird.
Like you visually, it looks like a normal lock, like just like a keyhole, like an iron lock, a pretty cheap one. You've seen them all over the place.
Probably just break it if we need to.
I'm gonna kick the door in.
Sure, roll a athletics check. About this time, you get near the tree. You hear from her kick.
Do I recognize that as the noise, or is it just a loud noise?
14.
Edgar's kind of trailing behind and kind of see that, and this just goes like this.
Okay.
14.
14? Sure, it's a thick wooden door, but it's a wooden door nonetheless. It's not like super ornate or anything. It's just a good sturdy door. There seems to be, as you kick it, you see a little, and there seemed to be cotton lining the exterior of the door, maybe hanging over, probably to keep cold out. And there, you hear ding, 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 and you look, and where the lock is, above it seemed to be also a bolt lock. And so you broke both. The bolt lock flew off the door. You could see, you know when like wood is like wet and rotted out, and you can see the screws sort of held onto parts of the part.
Yeah.
You see that. And inside, you see a short hallway. It is, again, it's very wide, like 15 feet wide. The door is probably 8.5 to 9 feet wide. It was a big-ass door. And you can see why pretty quickly. To the left, against the wall, there are 2 wheelbarrows inside the house, with jugs inside them, like square wheelbarrows, not like with rounded bottoms.
Yeah.
And 4 jugs in each. They don't seem to have anything in them. They are corked, and what's that? Not porcelain, but you know those old timey jugs that are like brown jugs, whatever that shit's. Ceramic. That you see a door to your left, a wide open space, a bare rug on the ground, a sort of living space with a in the center of this entire thing is a hearth that's open on either side. This has a cauldron, where like a normal, like a surf type cauldron where someone would cook soup all day. It seems to would spread heat throughout the entire space, and then a chimney that goes straight up. You see several rooms all around. 1, 2, 3, 4 to be exact. And they head off to different spaces. And then on the back of it, you can see another rug, a back door, and 2 wax paper windows that you can't see out of.
I'm
Does
just
it look like this
gonna
place
go.
has been inhabited at all?
Roll a
recently?
perception check. With sight, I assume?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start moving to the first room on my left-hand side.
Does this count as the new double proficiency or whatever?
Well, it's not for forest, it's for
Okay.
a house, so yeah.
28 then.
28. Oh, you just wanted that 33, didn't you?
Yeah.
Looking around, there's a thin layer of dust. There's no footprints except your own.
Okay.
This house was locked up. Conceivably, like, you could, like if Facilius came in here and opened the door with a key, he could levitate across it and stuff. So, like, there's
Right.
ways at this point you understand that maybe you could make it look this way, but it's not illusionary. You can pull your finger through it and get dust on there and feel it. You can kind of smell that sort of musky, shut up, like, smell, the sort of wood rot that you got going on, very cedary and piney, that sort of naturey dirt smell as well that comes with that. You can smell the carbon from the center of the fireplace that's been like rained into and kind of spread out. You can actually see little splotches of black on the wooden floor. Dust is kind of covering the bear rug, and then Alenia is going into the left-hand door as you walked in. It kind of comes out like this, and then it angles, and the door is like here, and you can just push the door open. It actually swings on hinges that go both ways. Again, it's a nice wide door. Swings open, and you can see it's a kitchen very clearly. It doesn't have seating for a kitchen, but it does have a prep area. It seems like a large table. It also has another secondary like iron stove with a bunch of implements that look like they're for boiling and distilling. You see in the kitchen off to the left side equipment for tapping trees. You see buckets. You see a space on the preparatory table itself where it seems like the center of it was wiped more than the outside, and so there's like a color differentiation between where they used it and maybe where other stuff stuck to it and just less clean. And then past that there's another door, kind of. It's like a half door. You can see there's a larder in the back right where they probably kept dried goods and stuff or other syrups. So you can investigate this if you'd like. It does look like a kitchen with a...
I'm gonna just turn around and walk
area.
back out and then go to the next door in that living space.
Okay. Are you doing anything while this is happening? Okay, so while she's searching the kitchen, you're doing that. You guys are at the tree?
I want to look and see if there's any signs of disturbed earth around it.
Sure. Go and roll perception check.
21.
21. Agnew, did you want to do anything, or are you just kind of following her lead?
I'll just follow her lead for the moment.
Okay, so by this time you're kind of around that, and as you look at the tree, past the tree there is an outhouse, which would be east, and then north of the tree, which would kind of be to your left-ish, I guess this way for you. You see a porch, and then past that you do see the well. So that's kind of where you're at now. So the house is to your back and to your left a little bit based on that kind of space that you're in. It is up on a little bit of a hill. You see needles on the ground that look pretty undisturbed. You don't see any signs of recent digging or anything. The tree itself has a tap in it, but it is shut. There's no bucket nearby, but seems to have had.
Okay.
The tap with a 21, the tap looks pretty old. It seems probably, you would guess maybe it was for their personal use, maybe instead of like something they added to it, or it was just another tree to get money from. You don't really know. Yeah. As for the base of it, it looks very undisturbed in any recent amount of time.
Okay. Can I don't know if this is something I could do with the wand, but do a scan to see if there's any like solid mass, like a box or something buried within its range, which is
Are
10
you looking
feet.
for something magical, or are you just looking for something normal?
Something normal. Actually, first, I'm gonna do cast Detect Magic.
Okay. And what's the radius on that? Like 30 feet, I think?
30.
Okay.
And see if I can just sense anything buried there.
Okay. So while you cast Detect Magic, you do not get a ping from the tree underneath. You do get a quick ping behind you, and you turn to kind of look, and immediately you understand that's Avelios' equipment. And then shortly after, Eleni's equipment, as she goes into the next room. So there is, I'm assuming you're just going to go whatever's closest to you?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a small room with a normal-sized door. And it has like a marking on the front of it, like someone cut into the door. What languages do you speak?
Common, Celestial, Abyssal, Elvish, and Infernal.
Okay. You speak Elvish. This is a character in Elvish. And it is a character for the letter G.
Okay. I'm gonna try to open the door.
Okay, easy enough. Opens up, and you look inside, and you see a like a twin-size bed, roughly, like a single bed. There's a window in here. It's wax paper, but it does have like a it can move up and down. I don't know what that even is called. It's got a bottom window that you can shift up. It is locked up and shut. There is a kind of a well, you don't have baseball, but you have gloves that catch balls, like a thick leather glove that isn't webbed, that you would recognize as something that kids play with to catch. Usually, it's like a hard ball made of usually magically formed softwoods and stuff, so they don't break down and stuff. This doesn't look like it has the class status to reach magically formed ball, but it looks like an impromptu leather glove that was probably added some extra padding, and it's pretty small, probably child size or halfling. You also see a couple you see a small duck, not alive, a stuffed like yarn duck on the bed. The bed is made. Other than that, you see a small chest inside there that's maybe 15 inches on the ground, and that's it.
I'll go over to the chest and open it.
Okay, it's not even locked. It doesn't even. It has like just like a basic latch that hangs over one of those, you know, just where it could have a lock, but it doesn't. It's made of simple woods. Seems pretty handmade. You open it up. It has some clothes in it. Pretty small clothes.
I'm gonna take the yarn duck and the glove and put them in the bag of holding for now.
Okay. And while that's happening,
Scanning for any sort of. How do you know?
Could do that. You probably couldn't. I don't think there's like a function to that. Yeah, it doesn't really.
In locate object.
Yeah, you could describe an object, and it would tell you the nearest. If it's within range, it would be like, okay, that pings.
He
us
buried
up.
like a small box, but would like a small box be enough of a description?
Well, I don't think it was a box. I remember. Okay, I don't know if this is like metagaming for me to say. I remember.
I
what
go on
happened
the
last
armband
time.
and I'm like, hey, did I tell you guys? I don't know.
No, like, personally, I remember, I know it was 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure there was a vague description of something that sounded like liquid. Or like a jar. Right?
I don't
Am I
remember
wrong?
it being a jar.
There was something that sounded like liquid, is all I can recall.
There was a sound. You want to look for a small box? Then 1,000 feet?
Trying to think how I wanted to do this. In the vision, how deep down was...
It was digging with his hands, so...
I guess I'm just gonna say to Egnir, you want to help me just kind of dig out the area around this? In case there's something buried, like in my vision?
Oui, I could do that.
Alright, I guess both
Easy
him
enough
and I
for
are
the two
gonna...
of you to do that for a little bit. So, I guess just go ahead and make, I mean, how far are you trying to dig? Like, real far? Because the ground isn't... It's not freezing temperatures right now. Again, it's like a little bit above freezing, especially with the sun out. It's, you're not getting that sleet anymore. It's just cold and kind of miserable, like 40 degrees.
Mm-hmm. If I had to, I think I can make a shovel. Either out of that paint, or I'd have that creation spell where you can, like...
Yeah, you could. But how far are you trying to? So, like, you just want to... Because you did see a man digging with his hands. Do you want to just emulate that practice?
Yeah.
Or... Okay.
Try and be kind of gentle if it is something like a bottle or whatever.
Sure.
I don't know specifically.
Okay. And you don't necessarily know in what direction it would have been around the tree, so do you just want to, like, randomly do it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have him start on one side and me start on the other and kind of go...
Instead of the two of you rolling, like, any specific checks, we'll just let time go by, because it's, like, it's not enough for an athletics check, but you can dig. So... It's going to be a general thing. Roll perception checks to kind of notice if you bump into anything, though. 11.
17.
Okay. So you guys start digging down in the space around this. The two of you are inside. Do either of you want to do anything?
I'm good.
I'm gonna move
gonna
over
keep
to the
following her.
next room over.
Okay.
Out.
So you're kind of taking time, stepping past the bear rug, stepping past the central sort of hearth area. On the other side of the hearth, it was blocking your view on the other side, but there is a large table that seems to be set with basic cutlery. It doesn't look like it's set for, like, here comes dinner. It looks like it's just, this is kind of where we keep the bowls and stuff when they're clean. You go to the next room, and you see a similar sight at the door, where you see the letter I in Elvish carved into the door.
Okay.
So we have a G and an I so far.
Go in.
Okay. So you pop in, and again, very simple to open up. It's basically mirrored. The rooms look like they were built to be roughly the same size and offer the same kind of space. It gives another window, sort of wax covered. It looks like you move up and down. A twin bed, a small chest. It's pretty meek. This one looks a little bit more used as far as the stuff in the room. You see an end table that the other didn't have that's next to the bed that has like a pull-out sort of thing. There's a candle on the bed as well. There's a shelf above the bed that has a few trinkets. You see a couple little miniatures about the same size as like a D&D miniature carved out of wood that seem to depict people with like swords and shields and things like that. They seem like toys. And you see a taxidermied of staring back at you as you walk into the door. And then the small chest again.
I'll go over to the side table and pull out.
Okay, you open it up, and there is a book inside. A small green book.
I'll grab it.
Okay.
Open it up.
Pick it up. Okay, you open it up, and roll me just an investigation check to kind of get the gist of it, I guess.
I thought it was going to be another...
Saving throw.
Another what?
Nat 20.
Like a saving throw. Oh, no. Nat 20? Okay,
So
yeah.
that's 21.
Okay, yeah, you can easily get the gist of this. It seems to be following a... the same character. It seems to be somewhere down a line of like a series of books, probably fictional based on the content. With a nat 20, you get the name of this fictional character. It's Dritzt.
Does
it's a drow character.
Does this book look well loved? Like it's been read a lot?
It looks like it's been read a few times. It might be a hand-me-down even, or like a thrift shop pickup.
I'll take that and the small figurines and also place them in the bag.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna look in the chest. I'm assuming clothes.
Clothes. You do see an extra pair of shoes as well. Kind of a decent sized pair of boots. You could probably fit into these. You have a little bit smaller feet anyway, but you're not super tall. But yeah.
Older.
Oh yeah, and they're not great. Like like your adventurer mind didn't go, oh, I'm gonna steal these boots. It was like these are peasant tier boots that might be extra boots for fall weather or something. Very simple leather with a kind of a hardened leather sole that's seen some use. You also notice inside there a hunting knife, a small one, but a hunting knife with a small. It's called a tine. The short antlers on deer.
Mm-hmm.
So it does have like a polished end, like and just like maybe a 3-inch blade, something small like.
Looks like handmade, kind of.
It looks handmade, yeah, or purchased at like a lower end knife shop or just haberdashery or something.
Okay, and I'm gonna move out and then investigate the next.
You as you're paying attention, Novelius, you're sort of just waiting and listening for anything bad happening. You do hear the sounds of like and like digging outside. Seems fine though. No one's yelled for you. Alenia, you see her stuffing some stuff into the bag of holding, and then walking out with like a look on her face. Randy died?
Yep. And he's back.
He's back!
Is he?
Yay!
There we go.
It looked like Discord just shut off for like a second.
What's been happening?
It happens every time now.
That's okay. So, as this happening, the two of you start digging, and after a while, you haven't found anything yet. Just want to keep digging? It's been about a minute or two, but you can make pretty good progress since it's not super hard dirt, and once you kind of break through that top sort of needly stuff, it likes to break apart. It's pretty brittle, probably because most of the dirt is made up of these like stacking needles, so it's not like super thick. Okay, so you keep going. Okay, you're done with that. Eleni, did you want to continue to do something else? Okay.
Next room.
The next room.
Are there 2 letters this time?
There are not 2 letters this time.
Oh.
On the same side of the house, on the left side, there is just a door.
Okay.
It's just a normal wooden door.
I'm gonna open it.
Okay. You open it and you look inside, and there seems to be a desk. It has a quill, some parchment, a chest off to the left-hand side. That does have an iron lock on it. And this desk has a couple pull-out drawers to it, and a wicker chair that looks decently comfortable. and a small oil lamp, and a sort of a horn mug that the bottom is smoothed off, so it's like
Yeah.
sort of bent, but it has like a little bit of a
Like the
handle
ones that you
on
get
it.
at Ren Fair.
Yeah. Like a little horn mug that's just kind of set aside. Looks very similar to the goat horn that you saw in the cave.
I'm gonna investigate the desk and start opening.
Okay, roll
or
investigation check.
going on it. 16.
16. You go through. There's an extra quill, an extra ink, some extra parchment, and parchment is not paper. It's the thicker stuff. See some oil for the lamp. You find a ledger, and inside the ledger it's blank. It hasn't been used yet. It looks like it's
Brand new.
not brand new. Just sitting there. Just probably when another ledger runs out. It looks like a backup. You do see you notice when you open the one with the ledger in it, you pull it out, you notice the ledger sort of dip down just a little bit.
Want to pull it out?
You pull it out, and when your thumb hits, there's a false bottom in the drawer, and it's...
Can I move the false bottom out of the way?
Sure, you poke it down and sort of move your thumb and pull it up, and inside is a small rectangular tin thing.
Like a box?
Sort of. It's like this big. It's tin. Do you want to like grab it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you pick it up and grab it. And turn it towards you, and on the top it has like a rubber black like thing pushed into the top of it.
Can I open this?
You can try it. Okay. You don't have to roll for it. You can just give it an effort.
Yeah.
You can kind of put your fingers around it, and you do, and then immediately, whoo, strong alcohol smell inside this, and kind of stale. It's just a flask of probably some sort of like grain alcohol.
Okay.
The cork back, or it's not really a cork; it's a rubber stopper.
Okay.
It sort of fits down in flush to it.
I'm gonna just put that back in the drawer. The
Okay.
ledger's completely empty, right? You said.
Yep, completely empty. It kind of looks like one of those notebooks. You know those like memo books?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like that without the bullshit on
Yeah.
it. Obviously, it made of like leather and lined paper. In this, it's paper, not parchment, and it's got some ink lines in it.
Is that everything in the desk?
Roll a history check.
Really good.
25.
You actually recognize that they were selling some of this in the bookstore. Not quite this style, but it's
Does it have like
it's
a
similar.
maker's name
It
anywhere?
doesn't. No, it's not like a high-end thing that needs like
Yeah.
a stamp to it. It just seems like it's a very similar style and make to the ledgers that you were seeing
Okay.
just on the stacks that they were selling in that store. So it seems like it was purchased from there. That's pretty much it in the desk.
Okay. And then there was a chest in the room.
There's a chest, a wooden chest, back into the corner, and it does have a black iron lock on it.
Can I try to like smash down on the lock to
Sure, with Solarion.
break it open? Yeah.
So you Solarion and you just put it in there. Roll an attack.
We are what is it? Locksmith lawyering. this
There we
fucking
go.
lock.
You're gonna shoot it with your fucking lock gun.
Oh, that's
35
really
minutes.
bad. An attack roll?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's not too bad. 19?
Hits.
Yeah.
And it breaks.
assume
This
it's
legendary weapon is surprisingly not outmatched by an old iron lock. And you give it a little bit of a like this, and the lock doesn't necessarily give, but the mechanism by which it is held in place does, and it pulls off the wood, and very easily you can pop that open.
I open it up.
You do so, and inside there are, it's kind of compartmentalized, like inserts, wooden inserts that sort of slide into place. And right now you can see the top two inserts. There are small satchels, or small like coin purses, that are just sitting on these spaces, and they seem to be filled.
Just coins in them?
Do you want to open one up?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like little leather, and you look inside, and there's coppers in them. You guess, based on weight and just your familiarity with it, maybe a couple gold worth of copper in each.
Is there that it? That's in the.
That's at the
chest?
top.
I'll look at the bottom part.
Okay, so you kind of stick your finger down in there, and they're basically slotted in, and then they have like a hole in the middle that you can put your finger in and pull them out.
Mm-hmm.
You pull them out and move them, and you see below that, you see some blank order forms that seem to be like location, date, amount, cost, distance. Well, cost is at the bottom, and then underneath are signatures. Or spaces where signatures would go, not actual signatures.
They're all blank, the papers?
They're all blank. They're like standardized. There's probably about 24 of them, order forms, and that's on the right side. And on the left side, there's a small case.
I'll grab the case.
Okay, you have a small case, and it's a polished. It's like the nicest thing you've seen in this place so far. It's like a polished wood, where it's got that veneer on it, where it's like super smooth. Almost looks like a layer of glass on top of it, and it's got beautiful wood grains, almost like a little bit lighter than a mahogany. It's not quite like black or deep brown. It almost has like orange filaments to it, and it has like a small silver clasp at the front, but it's not a lock. It's just like a clasp to keep it shut. It's like a little small, semi-ornate, sort of has like swirls, like nature-y kind of swirls. And I'm assuming you want to get into it.
Yeah.
And you flip up the small silver clasp, and it sort of makes a and you pull it open, and there is, you see the back of what looks like a square copper plate.
Pull it out then?
Okay, grab a copper plate, and you sort of spin it around, and it's a photograph.
Oh.
It's of a young man and a young woman. He is human, he's slender, kind of tall, and they're holding each other. And this is something that's not super common. You live in a world with a lot of magic, and you can make illusions. And it's pretty common for people to be able to do like things like prestidigitation, thaumaturgy, simple illusion spells from time to time. You don't see photographs very often, because you can just recreate them in conversation, remember anybody at any point, and just sort of make it up. This is an actual photo on a copper plate. I think they're called daguerreotypes or daguerreotypes. I can't remember how to say it. Daguerreotype? Yeah, it's a daguerreotype.
It's named after the guy who made it, I think.
Dr. Daguerreotype.
So
So
it's just the two of them in that photo?
it is the two of them. She is an elven woman. She is very fair-skinned. She is wearing like a floral dress. You can't tell the color because it's like what's that? It's that sort of brown.
Sepia.
Sepia, thank you. I can only think serpentine. The sepia tone sort of like thing, but it has like nice, very, very nice looking pattern of flowers, roses, and
It looks like it's probably like a high-end dress.
maybe not
or something
super high end,
expensive,
but
or-
definitely nice.
Like nice, yeah.
Like she doesn't look foppish. Like she's not out there like in this Victorian.
No, but it looks like
it doesn't
something
have, like shoulder pads
that
or
would
anything.
probably
it's
be.
like a summer dress that's really, really nice and well
Okay.
made. Yeah. Something that you would probably wear. Like you think, like you can't help it. you're like, I like that. You know what I mean? He's wearing like a simple vest and some tight, form-fitting long sleeve shirt with the sleeves rolled up a little bit. A very traditional tie. You can see down to like their waist and a little belt, probably slacks or something. And they're standing in front. They're like holding something, but the picture is washed. It looks like a piece of paper, but you can't really like. It's the definition on it's not
probably
super
a
good.
wedding photo.
Could be. There doesn't seem to be like it doesn't look like a wedding dress. It doesn't look like he's wearing a tux necessarily. Like it doesn't look like standard wedding fare necessarily, but they're definitely holding something.
Or a deed.
Huh?
House, like a deed to a piece of land or
Could
a
be.
house, maybe.
It's a good size. It'd probably be about roughly this big, and it seems to have like a seal on it, some writing.
Something official looking.
Right. Marriage license makes sense. Deed makes sense. Business license makes sense. Award makes sense.
All right, I'm going to kind of close that back up and put that in the bag.
Okay. Stealing his personal property. Nice.
You,
I think when you murder people, you lose your right. But yeah.
You know how fucking magic works, okay?
I do. I'm kidding. So you take that and you walk out, and Velios, you hear, "Ow!" You hit your hand on something hard. At first, you think it's a rock. Do you want to look out the window?
Yeah.
So you look out the window, and well, you can't look out the window. It's fucking paper. And so you lift up, you see Velios' head from the corner, and you look down, and Professor, you've got this very dirty box. Like that, you just have the top of it uncovered. You kind of look over your shoulder at Velios, who's behind you, and Egnir, who's been digging in the dirt, who just stops and looks. Doesn't even wipe his hands off. Professor, she has this box. And you hear this, "Ow!"
Is everything okay, Velios?
He's got a box.
You see his ass as he hangs out the fucking window.
He's got a box.
I found it.
Looks like he found the box.
Professor
She.
3.
She.
She, I'm sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, it's still so new.
It's not out. It's still in the ground, but you could probably move your thumb around it, and you do see lid-like activity near the top if you just want to leave it in the ground. And
Just,
I want to pull it out.
okay, so you spend a little bit of time. You spends a bits of times, and you start to carve it out. Your fingers are kind of hurt from soil, but at this point, obsession takes over, and you're just doing that. So there's a little bit of
How
time.
would
Do you
you
want to do
cancel?
anything while this is
I know,
occurring?
I'm being canceled.
Oh, you're canceled?
I'm being canceled right now, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to give another final. Was this the last room of the house, or was there more?
No, there's one more room. Next to. Basically, you see Velios' ass hanging out the window. And you hear that. You can see the with the window open. You can see the tree on the other side of it. To the right of that, there's that extension that you saw on the outside of the house that was
Okay.
probably relatively new. That has a.
I'm going to that then.
Okay. So you go to that. And you start opening the door. And so again, it's a little bit bigger door, but not quite as big as the front door or the kitchen door. And you're, damn it, fuck. Got it. Ouch. Ouch.
Hey!
And the box comes out as you're opening the door. What do you say, Adam?
No one stand in front of a pot. I'm about to open.
Wait!
this
Are you about
box.
to open? Well, I poked
So
my
you
head out of a
stop-
window.
So you back up. The door is open now. And you can see there's a quick glance. There's a big bed in there, and then you pop around.
Don't open it yet.
Why?
Give me like a minute to go through this room, and then I'll come out there.
But it's a box.
You
and
push
there's
past a Velios, and now both their heads are out this window.
There might be necromancer treasure in it.
Okay, there might also be, like, danger in it, so can you just stop? I know
I mean,
your
what happened
curiosity
really
is
last
burning
time
you
we-
alive.
I said no one stand in front of it in case it's just explodey.
Old you died last time you opened something.
Just wait
No,
until we get out
no,
there.
no.
No.
To be clear, what happened was
Ahem.
old me died because he read a book. The lesson is nobody should read ever.
Because old you, he opened the
Hey,
book.
can we stop? Just wait. I'm gonna go through this last room, and then I'm gonna come meet you.
Didn't Egnir try to say something?
Yeah, it didn't make a difference last time having Anya there.
I'm gonna.
You hear?
Good thing it's
you
raining.
hear-
It's cool.
You hear Barlow from across go, woof!
I kick something nearby in the house and walk off to the fucking
Kick
bedroom.
the wall. Go 10 feet back. Are you waiting?
Yeah.
You hear the door. Inside is a again a large bed. Pushed almost up against the wall, but there's space at the back of it so that you could walk around. Has a window on either side and the back, like a larger window on the back. The curtains are drawn. It's kind of like a blue, purple, maybe like a lavender almost to it, but it's a little dusty, so it's kind of hard to, you don't get vibrancy. Not a lot of natural light in here right now with the curtains drawn. You can see it, there's glass behind them, and from being outside you do know that this wing has like glass windows. In the center is a circular rug. Roll an intelligence check. Not high. Sort of like a culture check.
7.
7? That's plenty. You're just you can tell this. It was a 5. You have the cultural know-how based on your geographical location when you were growing up. This is probably elvish in design as far as a rug. It's about as nice as that little box you found with the photo in it. Very well designed, and as all LV things are, inlaid with what seems like a silver thread and very, very ornate, painstakingly ornate. The type of ornate that someone who lives for 2,000 years might make.
Yeah.
They got time. So, that's in there. The bed looks very comfortable, very, not like super high end, probably like cheap pillow top. It's got a frame to it. It's just a basic wooden frame, but it seems very sturdy. There's what are those things? Armoire? Is that the right word for it? The standing
Yeah,
closets.
an armoire.
Armoire. Okay, yeah. So standing closets where they have drawers at the bottom, and places on the top to hang shit. One of them is open, and you can see it. There are what seem to be like work clothes, probably for someone that is relatively tall. Not necessarily gendered, because people wear this at all times, so you don't really know. But the torsos on them seem decent length, enough to tuck in to your pants, and there's suspenders kind of flopped over the top of.
I'm just gonna go and like investigate the whole armoire.
Okay, and that's pretty much it in this room that you can just see with the quick pass through. So go investigate that armoire. Go roll investigation. I like that sometimes you just cast magic for no reason.
That's a bad
I feel like
investigation.
thaumaturgy fart noise.
9.
9. There's clothes in here. It looks like standard work stuff. There are a couple of pairs of suspenders, slacks. You do see a pair of work gloves that haven't been touched in quite some time. One on top of each other, kind of hand in hand, kind of at the, whatever the base of that sort of closet portion of the armoire is, kind of at waist height. You also see a small pocket watch next to that. It doesn't. You can't hear it ticking, and it's like pretty cheap brass, and it's popped open. The mechanism doesn't seem to be holding it.
I'm just gonna grab that too.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working. It doesn't look like it's worked for some time, and the glass is cloudy like an old headlight.
Yeah.
Lots of tans and beige. Looks like a lot of wool. It's cold here. I mean, you're experiencing it cold right now. But that's pretty much it. You open some drawers. There's pants and underwear and like long underwear, not like whitey tighties. Some socks, some woolen socks, some belts.
I have a weird hunch. I'm gonna move the rug.
Okay, so you like kick it aside or pull it up?
Pull it.
Okay, so you grab it and pull it. It's a very soft rug, kind of like you know my corn upstairs, that really soft, or the elephant. Very soft to the touch, but not quite as fluffy. It's actually surprising because it looks like it'd be very stiff just sitting there. It seems to have maintained its nice. You can understand why you'd put it in this space, and kind of like you can imagine like stepping barefoot onto it and having that nice cushion to it, and very comfy. But it is pretty heavy. You're strong as fuck though. You're jacked, so you're rolling things. So you're hella jacked. Magic jacked, but it's fine. It's better than being swag jacked. So you pull it to the side, and underneath is a very nice wooden floor. But it is a nice ass rug. You want to steal a rug?
No.
Oh.
I was looking to see if anything was under the
A
rug.
level 1 adventurer would steal the fuck out of this rug. Let's just say that, okay?
Yeah.
You can fetch a pretty price.
Like what, 10 gold?
30, 40?
Oh,
It's a good ass rug.
look at that.
I mean, you're reselling.
There's
the
no other
rug.
like
It's not
personal belongings or anything in this room. It looks like.
besides clothes, you didn't check the other armoire, but you're guessing it's roughly
The other
same.
arm. Yeah, I'll go that way.
Okay, so the other armoire, you pop that open, no lock or anything on it, and it seems like more work clothes for a slightly shorter person. You see more grays and blues, but you also see tans and beige. You do see a large hat that has an old dried flower in it. Just a white flower, maybe? It's crinkled at this point and sort of dead. You also see an extra pair of shoes on the inside of it. These seem less like boot-like and more like comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Where they sort of buckle at the top, kind of just above the ankle. They're not super tall, and they have a nice. It's almost like think flats with like a chuck, like a Converse shoe top without the laces, where it just buckles at the top. Very elven in design, actually. Now that you think about it, where sometimes you see elves with their flopped out top, flat shoes. You also see. Just inside here, roll another investigation check if you want to get any deeper than that, really. That's just kind of at a glance.
4.
Okay. You see more underwear. You do see a brassiere. Seems to be a... I'm calling it a brassiere and not a bra because it's one of those that like spans.
Yeah.
Like an old-timey one. With some ties at the back. Not like a corset, but like something that could give you some support during working hours. Normal stuff like socks and stuff. And then in one of the drawers at the bottom, you find seed packets. Like they're just wrapped up and sort of wax sealed without a stamp. And sort of like haphazardly, and it looks like there's just a few seeds rattling around. You can like hear them in there.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take the hat and add that to the pile of shit that I have.
Sure. So you take a hat. And at this point, you hear Professor like kind of tapping on the box.
I'm gonna do one last pass through the main room.
Yeah. And for the record, your detect magic would have covered this room. So.
Drag the fucking bear rug across just in case there's some
Okay, so you
fucking
go back
hidden
into
ass
main.
shit underneath that.
Use your jackness to pull the bear rug across, and you hear this, like your innate spidey sense, you hear claws on wood for just a second. You go, and then Elenia just goes like this and moves the bear rug aside. There's wood floor.
Alright.
And a kind of a dusty imprint of a bear.
Is there anything left in the living room that looks like it might be a personal item of her? Like, I didn't notice anything, like, I don't know, hairbrushes or personal care items or anything like
Not
that.
noticed anything like that, no.
Interesting.
This house doesn't seem very lived in
Yeah.
for quite some time, so...
Alright, I'm gonna go outside and go meet up with Professor.
Okay, so Professor and Egnir are there, and Egnir is standing there, ambivalent to what's about to occur. Professor looks at you like, finally. What do you want to do? Are you just literally going to pop it open immediately?
I'm gonna pop it open, but not in the direction of my face.
Oh my
Just-
god.
Like,
I'm gonna be-
away from everybody towards, like, the expanse?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like when you
westward
shoot a
or
gun,
eastward?
there can't be anything.
Right. Only aim it if you intend to hurt it.
Yeah.
That's what my Pap taught me.
I'm gonna
and
assume-
then he left.
I'm gonna assume everything I open from now on might have a horrifying hentai monster that wants to
Sure.
fuck my face to death.
Not too shabby.
I wish mine would have followed yours.
It's not. It doesn't have like a hinge.
Okay,
It
it just
goes up.
pops. Okay, do that, and then assuming nothing happens.
So you're out like this.
Yeah.
And it gives that little sort of like vapor lock when wood expands and contracts, and then eventually it's just like really tight, and there it goes. Eep! And you're holding it out like this. You can't see into it. Nothing seems to occur.
All right. Oh,
You're gonna look at it. Do you want to like give it like 3/4 cover? Or?
I'll look at it.
Okay.
That's good.
So we're doing this, but it's more like this.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I moved you. So it's more like sort of rectangular, but not very large. Like smaller than a basketball, if you could round it out. Bigger than a softball, though. These are my sports references. I hope you understand
How
them.
big in relation to a bread box? Because that was the standard we had set earlier.
Okay. It's like a really big bread bowl.
Okay.
There
Yeah.
we go. I know bread bowls.
Now I'm
yeah,
on the same
mac and
page.
cheese in there or something. So like a very large bread bowl, like a sourdough thing, pretty much like a boule, but in box form. And pop it open, and you look inside, and there is. It's nicely carved. You can't see any like dowel work or any screws or anything. Might be a single piece of wood that's been. Probably at one point the outside of this was pretty nice, but it's been under the ground for a while. The inside of it, around the edges, seems to have like a satin sort of cushion to it. And in the very center of it is an empty space where something probably used to be. About like a good size, like a bigger than a grapefruit on the inside, maybe like a.
Fuck.
Too late?
Yeah.
I want to meditate on this box.
Okay. Read that back to me again.
Yeah, I gotta find it real quick.
So Evelios basically asks you,
Make a wisdom ability check.
"Can I meditate on this box?"
Because if it was any lingering evil or wicked past surrounding the box,
Do you
then I
explain
can-
this to them? Because you kind of just did it last time.
Yeah, I'll kind of like explain it a little bit better.
Dark events that may have previously surrounded the object or hints towards a sinister purpose.
Yeah, it's like perfect for this specific scenario.
So Tantes looks around the corner at you guys from the bridge. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Everything seems very calm on this side, so...
Can we go in the house though? I don't want to get drenched sitting out here.
Sure.
It's cold. So Tantes at this point tells Barlow to walk back as he sees you guys go into the house and come out and be fine. He's going to sit under the awning and get out of the rain a little bit. Do you want to start a fire or anything? There's a fireplace if you'd like to, or there's no wood inside. Up to you guys. It's cold as shit. Again, like 40-ish degrees, not freezing temperatures, but uncomfortable.
Is there wood in the fireplace already? It'd be old
and not and like used. Like there was a fire going when people stopped.
Is there firewood anywhere stored in a dry area in the house? I'm gonna look through like the kitchen or anything.
Not in the kitchen.
All right, let's hope
On the
you didn't notice
porch or-
anything. You've been through every room inside, so.
Let's hope we don't fail this roll.
Okay, so
Only did it once per object.
It's a wisdom.
Yep.
And read it back to me one more time.
When you reach blah blah blah, you can take 10 minutes to meditate on an object to discern vague details regarding any lingering evil or wicked past surrounding it.
Okay.
Make a wisdom ability check. Based on the result, the DM may reveal information about dark events that may have previously surrounded the object or hidden sources of sinister purpose.
So I set the DC. Got it.
Yep.
Go ahead. Is that a 1?
That's that.
Well, what is it total?
I fucking hate you.
6. Okay, so you're gonna spend some time on that.
Garbage.
During this 10 minutes, does anybody want to do anything?
Oh, could've
I
been
need-
an 18.
Can you detect magic or something? Actually, I might be able to do it, but
on what?
this house. We know he did experiments here, but I can't find anywhere where. I guess unless he took everything out.
You did cast detect magic earlier for a
That didn't
30-foot
encompass
range
the
around
whole-
the. Of course not. No.
I think I have it prepared, but let me double check. Because we can split up.
I don't think it would take very long to walk the house and be like,
That's
bing,
true.
ping, or not.
I want to see if there's anything under the house, though.
Okay. So do you want to cast detect magic?
I'm looking to see if I have
Are
it.
you just gonna sit like? There's a table. There's a.
I
bear
did
rug.
prepare to detect
Probably
magic.
table.
I'm gonna ritual cast it, and I'm gonna walk around. So that's 10 minutes. To...
Okay. So about the time you're done with that, and you don't get shit from this box. You spend time with it, and like you can feel. You know when you feel like you're gonna fall asleep, and then something fucking stops the process.
And you just jump.
It feels like that. It's frustrating to like tap on the glass, so to speak, of this vision that you could probably have, but not be able to like pass through that space and actually get that moment. And you're a little pissed off by it. And you hear Valius go like this and slap it. And then around that time, you see Alenia sort of. I'm assuming you need a table with him. Detect magic goes out in a 30-foot radius, and you don't ping anything from the kitchen table. You can go west towards the kitchen. You could go if you went east, you'd go outside. North would be towards the bedrooms.
I'll go towards
the little bedrooms and the desk area.
Yeah.
And then south would be towards the master bedroom.
I'll go towards the little bedrooms and the desk area.
Okay, so you walk up there, and like, are you walking in or just kind of in the doorway?
Just kind of in the doorway of
Okay.
each.
Nothing in any 3 of those rooms, and nothing below them, it seems, at least for 30 feet. That's magical. Just want to follow that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep
basically
going
around, 'cause
towards
from where
the
you're at,
kitchen.
it'd basically be doing this around the house and
Yeah.
be back to the. Okay, so heading towards the kitchen, you don't get any magical stuff, and then you get a small ping. You get excited, and it's Satante's, and some of his equipment. You move past. There's a small shelving area with some canned goods next to the door. There seems to be an old coat rack. Nothing. You keep moving further along the southern part of it. You can look out the window to your right, and you can see the old, broken down, old horse stable out the window. You move past that and continue on, and on your right, the new bedroom's coming up, the master bedroom. Nothing. Head back around, get to the part where the porch is. You could head outside, or you head like back to the table, which is 5 feet to your left.
I'll do outside.
Okay, so you head outside into the porch, and to your left is the well. He saw earlier. To the right is the tree that they were digging around, and across is the porta potty. Well, not porta potty, the outhouse. This has probably taken 2 minutes so far, so you have like 8 minutes left if you want, right? It's like
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Or
Or is it 1 minute?
No, it's 10-minute
10
duration.
minutes, okay.
I've basically done the whole house, right? Like perimeter.
On the inside of it, yeah, for sure. And I mean, nothing on the immediate outside of the house, because it would go through those spaces unless there was lead.
I'm gonna look around the horse stables.
Okay, so you pop out, you take a right, and you kind of head around, and the tree is on your right, and you sort of pass by it. There's the old horse stables, and part of the roof is collapsed, the part closest to you. You pass by it, and you can see on your right side on the porch, as you sort of have a good 50 feet away, Satantes is feeding Barlow some sort of like dried meat or something out of his hand. Satantes is eating something else himself. Looks at you and just sort of nods as you pass by, seeming to get a little bit comfortable with this as he sort of clops up there. He's pretty close to the top of this awning because he's pretty tall, but he's got space and is out of the rain. You see evidence that there probably were horses here because it's open on the front, where it's basically just a stable.
Mm-hmm.
It had some gate things at the back, and then some posts. There is old hay inside that's been matted down. This probably gets used by other animals from time to time passing through. Not like a horse corpse or anything in here. You see an old like wood. What's the word for it? Where they keep they basically put the feed in. Not a trough necessarily, but like a little feeding space. You do see an old, pretty shitty saddle, like up over one of these post areas, and as you get close, it does not ping.
I guess I'll go to the well and use whatever got left.
Okay, so you walk back past this. You hear Barlow scarf something else up. You're kind of walking through this rain. The outhouse passes you on the right. You don't get close enough to that to scan, or did you want to?
Yeah, I'll like
Okay,
walk.
so you gotta make a little bit of a space because no one wants an open shithole near their home. So you walk a good amount of space away, and the door's sort of propped open a little bit. You can see there's some buildup of some of that forest floor shit on at the base of the door, and it's kind of locked into place unless you really pushed it. Just kind of tap it open a little bit. You don't get any ping in there. It doesn't even smell anymore. It doesn't seem like it's used in a long time. It smells more moldy than it smells poopy. And then you head over to the well. As you walk towards the well, you see your friends in the kind of inside the porch sitting there. They're just kind of looking at the box and shit. Walk towards the well, and
That's the ring.
you look down into the well. At the very edge of your detect magic, you get a small boop, and it's past what looks like a layer of ice about 5 feet down.
How big is the well?
It's a good 10-ish feet across, maybe. You look down at the mouth of the well, and 5 feet down, it's covered in a layer of ice. It's definitely wide enough to fit down for you. Satante's gonna fit.
I'm gonna go back to the house.
Okay.
I can.
I found something.
And you get School of Magic, right?
Yeah,
Illusion.
I found something.
Is it an empty box? Because we already have
Thank
one.
God, because this box gave me shit.
Illusion magic at the bottom of the well.
Whoa.
Okay.
Are you going down, or do you want me to go down? Because I'm smaller.
We have ropes, right? We can all just kind of, except for Satantes.
I doubt we can all fit at once.
No, but
He hears you at this point. He goes, "What is going on?"
we might have found a clue of something.
A clue.
The bottom of the well.
Sort of clops into the house, ducks. Tell me. Can I do anything to help? I do not think I can
Stand
fit in a
guard.
whale unless it's a humongous whale. I have not seen it.
Basically, just stand guard. I don't think you can fit down there.
I mean, I can stand guard. What is in the well? Is it water?
Magic.
Magic?
Some sort of illusion.
Oh, well, it should just be cold ass water right now.
I can breathe underwater,
Alright, if you want to go down there.
and I can make my weapons imbue to fire too. So, if there's ice,
Did you say there's ice? Just not freezing.
It's probably illusory
That's fair.
ice. I'm assuming
The
it's
illusion was past the ice.
if you're up to it.
yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. The ice could just be an extra layer of protection.
We'll find out. Let's open up the trap under the ice.
Alright, I'm gonna hold a rope for you to basically, like, rappel down there.
I guess I'll start a fire. You sure you want to go down this hole? Isn't it supposed to be a necromancer?
Yeah.
Don't you have other friends? You know where this is now. I was here to locate this, not to fight a whatever.
I don't think he's here.
If he was
Okay,
here, he'd probably
I-
be out already.
I mean, do what you want. I get paid either way. I just I will start the fire and use this.
Do you want to get the others
Let's
here
camp.
before we do this? I pull out my sending stone.
It would take both my highest level slots.
Alexander, we found Crosley's home, and there's something underneath, possibly, that could be dangerous. Box buried near his tree, empty.
Okay. He replies back. Scry failed. Probably preventing it. Crosley's home is likely dangerous. If you found a secret, it means he doesn't want it to be found. Stay safe. I love you.
I just say love you too. And then we could get the others. And we might be pressed for time. But Alexander thinks it's dangerous.
Only 2 days ago is basically when Ivory Drift happened, for the record. Because I know we're losing grip on time as we literally
Agnir can
realize.
also do transport via plants. How many would that take his top level slots to do that, or I don't know how druid stuff works.
I did not prepare that. No, I did. I could do that.
Can we get
That's only a 6th level slot.
How far can you go with that?
like anywhere in the world, I think.
I don't think it's like 1 to 1.
On
Is
the
it?
same
plane
plane.
of existence.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Neat.
That's how they use that keyleth and
Well, I didn't know if it, no. I'm thinking tree stride.
Yeah, tree stride is.
Tree stride is like 500 feet or something. You have to pick different things to pop into.
Right.
Yeah, but transport via plants. Yeah, if you haven't been to Icilius's home,
Well, didn't we tell them to go back to Brown Cedar Hole yesterday?
Yeah.
She literally sent messages to Kasdan to say,
It
go
wouldn't have
back
been
to
yesterday.
town.
It was the
I said
same
go
was
back
this
day.
morning.
Yeah, it was this morning.
Oh, sure.
Which they have had plenty of time.
Yeah, they might have. Hold on.
Would have been.
Should go
May
back,
want to head
get the
back to
book.
town and keep watch. Yeah, they could possibly be back in town.
Why don't we go there, come back, get the book, and go down there.
We don't even know if it's gonna keep going though. The well. If it just stops, then. it
Alexander said if something's hidden, Crosley doesn't want us to find it.
stops. Right, but the spell only goes so far.
But he could be here.
If he's hiding this well.
Why aren't the dead here?
Yeah. That's a really good question.
Maybe he's cocky. He doesn't think anyone will actually come out here.
Could be a way to hide, I suppose.
Because of course
Feels
we'll...
like you would investigate the place where the dead are walking.
Yeah.
And we did find something.
Question: do you want me to come back with you? I cannot follow.
If we head back to town, you'll just come back with us and you can stay there.
Okay, then our duty will be done. And we'll make good on the pay, and I will head back.
Alright, if we're gonna go get them, then let's go for it.
Are you not coming with us to back to the town, or are you going on your own?
No, he meant coming back after.
Oh, because you said then I will head back, so I was confused.
How many people can you take?
I think it's any number.
Any number of people. They basically walk through a gateway in the tree
Yeah,
that's
it's just
open.
I know.
open for a round.
Oh.
6 seconds.
You can definitely use the big white tree. Big enough to use the gate on. You can't physically walk into it, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, that's big enough. It's wide enough for you to, you might have to turn your chest a little bit to the side, but you could use the only living tree in the center of Winterlight. To get back to Brown Cedar Hold, there's lots of very large cedars.
Alright, let's do it.
You could get to the one near the Hartnell if you really want to. Because the Hartnell's only parked a little bit out.
So he needs a heart.
That's up to you guys.
Alexander
where you want
said
the
he
thing to be.
couldn't scry on us, or scry failed,
Not on you.
or
He wasn't
on
scrying on you.
Crosley.
Yeah.
He couldn't scry on Crosley, so Crosley's probably hiding behind some magical protection. Might
Or not on the same plane.
Yeah.
Which I believe Scry does not pass the correct.
There's like a 5% chance, I think, that you could.
Hmm.
But it's very low.
So, up to you guys. So,
Or is that with sending? I don't remember.
Agnir sets the tree, or the transport via plants. There's a small,
Sending.
you
Go
hear
back and
this
forth.
bark cracks open, and on the other side, like a literal doorway, kind of like a fey gate without the glow. You see after he finishes the incantation, it almost spreads open, and you can see a less rainy Brown Cedar Hold.
Alright,
Probably go.
let's go. Quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do so. Everybody follows with. And you do end up back in Brown Cedar Hold. Easy enough. What would you like to do?
First we gotta go to what's her face that has the book. We should probably check on that.
Yeah.
Or get that back. I do not want that out of our hands right now.
Okay, so first things first. You're outside of town in Brown Cedar Hold. You remembered a particularly plush boy on the way between the Hartnell and that town, so it's a good 3-minute walk to the front gates. Easy enough to do. So Tante starts heading off in the other direction. He says, "We will square up when you return. Have something to live for, huh? Also, I want to dry off. I am very cold. Do you need anything of me?
Just...
You paid for services, and technically I am still in your charge for another," looks up at the sky, 13 hours.
Honestly, if you can just let people know that there could be danger coming this direction.
I can do that.
Inform the other townspeople and make sure that everyone's on guard and ready in case something happens.
If you don't get back in 13 hours, you owe me another day.
Alright.
I'm kidding. So, I will do so. And then Barlow walks up to Avelios. Because you're about face height.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
And then heads off. Goes to his home first. You assume there's no reason to believe he's lying to you about helping out. So, you head to town, and waiting at the front gates, you're done. Icilius and Kasdan. You guys basically spent the day enjoying yourselves. It was really nice to get a good amount of time. You had been wanting to continue your respite, but your friends contacted you, and it's time to work. And you figure when you get back, you can go back home and accomplish what you wanted to accomplish when you're there. But they seem locked and loaded and ready to go. Jadun's in full battle regalia. Icilius has his gun and everything, and Kasdan seems ready to go, if a little cold. And you wanted to head to, it'd be outside of town, just a little bit, and back to the Golden Lid with a dolly.
Yep.
Okay. So she hasn't had a lot of time with the book. She's had about a night with it. And you wanted to accomplish what?
Just see if she could find out anything else about it, I guess.
Okay. Nothing else specific. Okay. So, you get to her and you can see her in her awning, looking at the book outside. It doesn't look like that book at first. It seems that there's illusion magic, but immediately Agnia recognizes this as an illusion, being a high-level caster and incredibly perceptive. To just hide its identity a little bit and give it a little sake. But apparently, something about this space helps her do her work.
Mm-hmm.
She's meditating on it. It is closed. It is latched and locked. She hears you coming closer and opens her eyes. Hello.
Hi. I know you said you wanted a few days with the book, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little worried about it being here right now.
Understood. I have not gleaned much from it. I do know one thing. This book will bind someone to it, but not to it, to... It is just like this. And she gets up and she stands up and she grabs your hand. She does this and then she takes her bracelet and wraps it around you and twists it a little bit. Just like this. This is the book. She sort of points at the bracelet.
So what is it binding me to?
I do not know. She would have the best idea, but I don't. She takes the bracelet off. It is a, think of it like the, glue. It's not the thing that put the glue on, and it's not the thing it's sticking to, but it is what binds. So be careful with it. I do not think you should read it much. Other than that, I would need more time with it to unlock anything else. It takes a long time to understand something like this without accessing it directly.
Would it be okay if we took it for a little while and then came back later to continue?
Should be fine so far. I have not had any scares. It has been more darkness.
I know Satantes was already going to warn everyone, but I figure we might as well go over here. Undead have been...
Satantes, I do not know.
Centaur who lives on the edge of the...
The hunter.
Yeah.
We do not talk.
We just came back from the woods, and there was a large horde of undead.
That is very worrisome. I am not from here, but I do make my temporary home here for a little bit. I will tell some people if I need to.
Just be on alert.
I am not a guardian of this place, but I will not let these people die just for no reason. If something were to occur. Was there anything else you need from me?
No.
Okay, well, I wish you much luck, and do not open that book unless you absolutely need to. That will be 100 gold.
Wait, didn't we already pay her?
Did you?
Pretty sure we paid her up front.
Nah, because I have the I have her transmutation.
Oh yeah, we didn't pay her.
Sort of.
Yeah, I'll give her 100
which I
gold.
will hand back to her since she gave us the book.
Then I will give her the 100. Where the fuck is my marker? Did you jack my
Oh, there's
marker?
2 right there.
I know those are both dry.
Well, I mean, they are dry erase markers. That was just too easy. Like, how do you...
Can
like,
you?
what?
No, and actually they're wet erase markers.
So you hand her 100 gold pieces?
Oh, never mind.
Artist doesn't even know. what
Takes the
markers are.
gold, looks at it, has a decanter at her waist, uncorks it, sets it out in front of her, and starts pouring the gold into the decanter, and as it reaches the front, it turns into water. She corks it back up, hands you back the... puts it at her waist.
Alright, put this in that fucking sphere.
You
Put it in a Ketchum sphere.
Easy enough. You do so, and you see a tiny little book inside of a glassy orb with like white and red swirls around it. So, what do you want to do? Jadon gives you a hug. Caston gives you a hug. Nobody gives you a hug.
That's fair. That's how my childhood
Get
was
an
anyways.
adventuring girlfriend, God.
You could take Armadillo on adventures if you'd like. She'll
Die?
yes.
Yes.
It's not the life that he chose up front, okay?
Should we
I was supposed
try to
be
get
rich,
more
sheltered, and
people
cute.
here? Like, see if Sig can teleport anyone here?
I don't know if I want to leave Skypoint
Yeah,
less
no, I
guarded
agree.
either, though.
I mean, we can go wherever you want. We can come with you, or we can stay here and defend.
No, I want you to come with us.
Okay.
But I kind of want to... I kind of want Alexander here right now.
With us?
Yeah.
To go into a thing? A hole in the
fight,
ground? He's old, and he has
maybe?
one arm.
He doesn't have one arm, he has
Got
both
two.
of his arms.
Oh, he grew that back. Shit. Hey, good job. And he taps his shoulder.
I just...
I mean,
I don't feel like you'd want to.
He
for
knows
the record, he
Crosley
is
better
not
than
as
anyone
powerful
else.
as he used to be. But he does have some abilities, if you'd like to try to take him.
It'd be a hassle to get him here. We should probably just teleport back.
I agree.
Vala is
Also-
actually more powerful than him at this point, but she's a sorceress, so...
Shit.
I don't think he'll come.
I feel like if the Necromancer did show up, he would make a particular point of targeting Alexander,
Yeah.
specifically because he knows it would get to you.
100%. He would have a target on his back the second he walked in Brown Cedar Hold. If Crosley is here. Granted, we do too, but we can defend ourselves.
Crosley hid before.
Mm-hmm. In plain
If
sight.
if he's still alive, he could be doing it again.
He could be here.
We can just kill everybody if you want. He smiles.
It's a lot of
Trying to
tattoos.
lighten the tense mood.
I think we just
I
take...
could spy. You're worried about it. It's my thing. I wouldn't be able to go with you, but I'd be able to... You know, there are elves around here. I'd stick out that much.
Last time we had to fight him, it was... We needed extra hands, so...
I'm happy to come with you. I'm just saying, if you're paranoid about these people, I can definitely check out every single one here. It would only take me a couple days to get the news. Weird happy haps.
What do you
I'm also
think?
very good in wells, assuming the well isn't a well.
How much well experience do you have?
I've been in way too many holes. That's fine. I'm gonna let that ride.
I think we take who we have now. We go back to the well. We hope the well doesn't do anything awful. Investigate.
Alright. I agree.
Okay. Are we transporting via plants or are you teleporting? And are you doing it in the middle of town or?
Do you guys want to...
Who has
we
the
can't- we
spell
don't
slots
wait.
to spare for that?
You also have the Hartnell. It just depends on whether or not you want the Hartnell in that space.
I do not.
Right.
I have a slot, that way we can kind of divide it up. He did one, I can do one.
Okay.
Do we have... You took a bunch of items from the house. Do you want to give me one so there's like 100% chance?
I give you the photograph.
Okay. I'm going to use that.
You have the box that was buried under the tree.
That's a
You
better
also
one.
have that one too, yeah.
I'm going to use the box, because that was
That's
definitely
actually
there.
tied to the land, so the hat actually would be separate. So yeah, you have a 100% chance of getting there because of that box. So yeah, just mark it off. And how long does it take to cast a spell? Like a minute or some shit?
It's instant.
It's instant.
No, it's not teleport circle. I keep doing that.
Yep.
You know why I keep doing that? Because on Critical Role, they use teleportation circle. Professor takes her hands and draws the runic designs, says some magic words. Immediately ozone in your face. And then cold and rainy. Back to the outside of the cabin and in Winterlight, which is this song. So,
Alright.
what do you want to do?
Rope chain our way down there?
Okay, all of you have some rope at this point, and you can. Who is holding and who is first?
I'll go
I can
first.
hold.
Okay, strong enough. Jordan's gonna be there for support.
Yeah, just in case.
You and Kasdan are the lightest.
I'll go first because I have
Egnir's
the
probably
cloak.
next. Zysilius or Egnir want to do anything specific before, specifically Icilius, who hasn't had a chance to like acclimate to this? Jordan sort of takes it in. You don't have to. I just was making sure I didn't skip you.
No, not really.
Okay. And Kasdan is just sort of there and sort of puts an arm around you as he's cold.
Doesn't he
and
have
he's
a big
stealing
ass
your
fur
heat.
jacket?
You've been briefly to an elven zoo. It's a little more humid over there. They're kind of past some mountains, and it's sort of like it's a little isolated from some of this colder weather in this space, but it does get chilly. But not like winter. Although they do get snow sometimes. Anyway, it's kind of stealing your warmth, and you're kind of huddled in his slim frame. You feel him sort of shiver and stuff, but he kind of just holding his. You kind of get the sense that he's just like. Maybe he's doing this for warmth, but probably also like we're about to go into a death hole. You know what I mean? So it's a sweet gesture that's rooted in fear. So you're going down first. Okay. So you hold on to the rope. Easy enough. You can hold your own weight. This is a fantasy game. We're all in shape.
I'm jacked, okay?
Yeah. And I'm assuming you're just gonna like walk backwards, kind of like you did. You have a little bit of experience doing this kind of rappelling stuff with the mountain and stuff like that. So it's not super awkward, and you're also relatively small to the size of this. You could probably fit like two of you side by side in here and be pretty comfortable. The rest of the crew, save for Kasdan, would probably just have to be in here alone. At least to move without.
Even new professor?
New professor's short, but wide.
Okay.
And professor's never been the most athletic individual.
That's true.
So,
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Kasdan's got some grace to him, but not like strength necessarily. You do get down a little bit, and the bricks are cold. Like frosty, and when you touch them, like they're actually colder than you imagine when you get inside. And then 5 feet down, there is a layer of ice.
I want to like pull out my katana and just like poke at it.
Chip at it?
Yeah, and see what happens.
Poke at it. It's ice.
Actual ice?
Seems to be.
Okay. Well, since it's ice, gonna imbue my katana with fire real quick.
Sure.
And just like
give it a little slice
Velios
real
cuts
quick.
himself.
And you
We always forget that he literally cuts himself to death.
Yeah, that's every blood hunter though.
and you sort of start to carve around it on the edges, maybe, or
Yeah, just
kind of
trying
in the middle,
to, like,
just going like this, or
just trying to like wedge it off.
okay, so kind of like a pumpkin.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time. Go and roll an athletics check because it's like a strength thing.
0.
Want me to bust that ice for you, friend?
0. It does not seem to go very well. You've been down there for 5 minutes chipping away, and you know there's clear marks, but you know, for anyone who's been on stream, it kind of looked like the beginning of when the Townsends were cutting into that wood,
Oh my god.
and it was just taking forever. You needed a chongus.
Yo, this ice sucks.
Are you talking about that stupid woodworking show again?
No.
Oh no, that's a great
Okay.
show though. It's a shitty fucking show. It's a great shitty show.
Velios, do you just want me to...
Did you say Phyllis?
Velios.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, it was Phyllis.
Yeah, but I'd have to come.
I was like, I thought you were giving him a nickname, and I was like, I'm here for it. I don't know why.
But then I'd have to come all the way back up there.
It's only 5 feet.
I'm only 5 feet? Okay. Well, shit.
You're literally only 5 feet down. You're just, it's like over your head. But
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll switch places with him.
So your John's holding you?
Yeah.
Okay, he can hold your weight. If you were an actual real-life plate instead of this ethereal stuff, it'd be a little bit of a stretch, but... Okay, sure. You can do that, and you lower yourself down on this rope. And what do you want to do?
I'm gonna grab my shield, and since it's a pointed tower shield, basically, I'm going to grab it with both hands and
Are you
try
going
to...
to stand on the ice?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to...
Are you going to stand on the ice and try to break ice?
I'm going to try to, like... Oh god, this is
That
gonna be
would be-
difficult to
there's
have footing, too,
0
yeah.
ways.
You ever seen someone try to, like, cut a tree down while they're standing on top of it?
Shut the fuck
I
up.
could just shoot fire cantrips at it until it melts, and no one
Magical
will have to
fire is not sustained heat, but yeah, you
Okay,
could
alright,
conceivably
burning hands.
Do it over time. You could conceivably do it.
I'm just gonna sit there and do burning hands
You're
over and over
stand
again.
on the ice
I will
circle.
climb up and
Okay,
do burning
okay.
hands.
So that's very different than the thing you were describing. Okay. So you're gonna
Because I
5
can
feet
do
away.
that forever.
So you can probably chime in with some fire cantrips if you'd
Assuming
like to.
I'm gonna. Her fire doesn't hurt you anyway, so even if I hit you, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, you're all kind of near the edge.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So pointing down at it. Does anybody else want to contribute to this?
Let's skip that.
Okay. Make Arcana checks, the two of you, since you can basically cast Burning Hands as a cantrip.
28.
Nice.
Arcana?
Yep.
17.
17. Okay, so this is basically just your ability to concentrate heat, although magical. So it doesn't have. It has like the initial. It's like more like flash burning, right? It doesn't like usually because most spells don't even ignite stuff. Unlike real fire, where like if you did a flamethrower, it could. It's more about the initial burst, but you can sustain it, especially with a 28 and a 19.
I should have just went.
Yes.
What?
I should have just walked through the ice.
Walked? Oh, fair
Don't
enough.
waste that.
You do have the ghosty stuff that you can do.
I get
We all
5 of
got-
those.
We all gotta get down there anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the last time you walked through a thing and there was
Yeah.
a fucking boss on the other side of the door?
That
Don't
was
do that
so
again.
funny.
He walks in, Crosley's just waiting.
You're like, ah, fuck. Well,
He just got out of the shower or something, like his necro shower.
After a little bit of time,
Why is the shower specifically also necromantic?
Everything
He can
is
just-
necromantic
He
now.
can just take a shower.
Because he's already dead. It's a ghost shower.
I don't know if that's how that works, actually.
He's like a lich or something. He's gotta be rotting, so like...
I don't think that's how anything works.
so
We're off the rails.
after a little bit, you do manage to melt the ice, and surprisingly, there's not water directly beneath the ice. Melts away, and down about 20 feet, you can see what looks like very clear water near the bottom.
Alright, now I'll go.
Okay.
And now I go.
You just want to go down there? All right.
'Cause I have my cloak that I can 60-foot swim speed.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It's probably not water.
We'll find out. Oh, I'm gonna before
She did get a ping near the bottom of the well when you did do detect magic, but so
Yeah, I'm gonna stab the water real quick.
okay. So you're holding the rope again.
Mhm.
Okay, and you're gonna
Just like
bloop the water.
make sure it's not like a fucking.
Sure.
I've done that before. I've walked right into a
Like
great
a
wall.
gelatinous
Yep,
cube.
I've walked right into one of those.
Sure. You take your sword or your katana and you lean back and into the well, sort of give it a little bloop like that, and seems to pass through it without interacting with it.
Magic water.
Water's not real.
Told you.
Okay.
I guess I'm gonna keep going.
Can we start chaining down? Someone else go down with him now.
Not
Caston?
to come.
Do you want to be on the same rope? Like at the same time?
Me and Jordan could probably hold both of them, couldn't we?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's going down next? Caston?
Yeah.
Well, I'm up. On top of your head and walks forward, grabs onto it and starts going down, looking down at Avelios, and you're just heading back into the water? Okay, so you start heading down into the water, and even though you know it's illusionary, or something, probably illusionary, you still expect it to be cold, just because it looks like it. But you actually notice as you get close, passively, it moves funny. Like, it doesn't interact with, like, even the walls. You know, because kind of like when it sits there, like, the boundaries of it kind of give it, like, this, especially when there's vibrations.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't do that. It just sort of is looking like water. It's off-putting. It's actually more comfortable as you descend into that. And you can breathe. There's nothing clogging your nostrils. There's nothing in your mouth. All of you see him disappear from view as he passes through this shimmer. And you can't see him in water.
I can see you fully though, right? Because I have like 90 feet.
You
dark
can see.
vision. Yeah.
It's dark. It's
Right.
the bottom of a well. Looking up, you can just see the top of the water and no one above you. You can't see through the water.
So if I look down,
If you look down,
how far can I see? Because I have a bunch of dark vision.
Okay. At the bottom of the well is blackness. Which your dark vision does not pass through.
No.
And it's about 50 feet from where you're at. A few moments pass as you're kind of pondering this, and Kasdan passes through. Are you sending another person at this point? Who would be next? Probably Agnew or
Agner?
Professor?
Agner.
Ready? I'll go.
Okay, easy enough. What's your strength?
12.
Perfect. That's plenty to hold your own weight. What's yours?
8.
We'll see. So, well, you did it on a mountain with climbing
If only I was.
and tied to it. And
Okay,
fighting.
was also tinier then too, so
Agreed.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
I'm just
now
saying.
you got a lower center
Twink.
of gravity. So,
Maybe I could just get big enough that I can just barely
slide
fit
down.
in the well. And I can
like
Ooh.
Santa Claus.
no, like the blueberry girl from Willy Wonka.
Oh my god.
What's her name? Veronica.
Violet
Violet
Beauregard.
Beauregard.
There we go. We did it. So,
She's dead now.
yeah, she did die. So,
Wait, the actress or the
probably
or the character due to juice complications?
Well,
both.
the character is probably dead. The actress is definitely dead.
Okay.
Anyway, so Agnew starts heading down. Kasdan disappears from view. You see above you Kasdan starts coming down and looks at you, and nothing comes out your mouth. And
Silence.
Kasdan goes. You can see through the dim light.
I point back up.
Oh no!
Agnew, you feel your butt hit
Oh,
something?
Oh.
I was gonna say, I got fucking trapped. God damn it!
His butt's below the water. You don't know yet. And Agnew, you look down, and you see water. Do you want to continue to go down?
Yes.
Okay, so you kind of push your way down, and Kasdan looks back like, and starts coming down, and then you see Agnew bloop, underneath the water with you, and you just see, just going like this. Okay, so the three of you are down there. Kasdan taps your leg, Agnew, and just looks at you and goes,
They're pretty quiet right now. It's kind of odd.
they are under the water.
Are you guys okay? I say into the arm.
You don't hear anything.
I tug twice on the rope to see if I get a tug
They
back.
feel a tug.
Yeah, I mean, we tug.
Yeah.
You tug back?
Mm-hmm.
They're still on the rope.
I mean, as much as someone can tug at the bottom of a rope, but you
Yeah,
feel like
but
it
like
move.
you feel it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Something.
So you don't
keeping
know this.
The communication from working, maybe? I don't know.
Like anti-magic field?
Doesn't seem anti-magic. There's magic. There's actively magic occurring.
Well, okay.
It's
We're
illusion.
not down there. We don't know if it's like anti-magic field, illusion magic on top.
Detect magic.
Maybe. Would it detect magic?
I don't
Detect
know.
anti-magic? That's the question. So, there's the three of you down there. You do see blackness at the bottom. You're not like submerged in water or anything.
We can't go back up because
It's-
we're going down.
All right, so you keep heading down. Does Kasdan's just gonna follow whichever one of you makes a stronger decision? So
Yeah.
what's Agnew doing?
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
gonna follow.
Then he's going down.
Do you have to spell?
Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay. Professor. Gives a leg around. You hold on. Roll me an athletics check.
Oh boy.
Slips.
Oh boy.
Oh!
No.
That's
Jordan
hot.
might be able to help us.
That's a 10.
That is the DC to hold your own weight.
Woo!
Okay. Okay, yeah.
I was gonna be crushed. I got casted at
Three
you
people
and
on
the
top of your
professor.
ass.
My bones are fucked.
It's super hollow. So, you are very painstakingly, you are able to hold yourself up and start heading down. Is that what you want to do? You just want to go all the way
Yeah.
through? Okay. So you pop through,
Oh poop, I have a disadvantage on my ability check.
and then you hear dead silence and blackness, and you can see them, and then Avelia starts to disappear from sight, even with your dark vision, heading into this magical darkness.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep going.
Jordan, could you dispel that?
The magic water?
Yeah.
Magic water? Yeah, probably.
Let's try that.
How close do you gotta be for that? Also, is the spell magic a component?
120 feet.
Does that have a component to it? I don't think it does.
Nope. Verbal somatic.
Okay. Based on the level of it, does he have to roll?
If it's above,
If it's above 3rd level, he has to
it's
roll.
like counterspell, basically.
4th level or higher on the target. Yeah, it's
Okay.
like counterspell, but
It
for
is.
permanent.
So you can go ahead and roll for him. I think is it basically just that plus your wisdom modifier? Or charisma, I guess? Charisma modifier for a paladin? Or is it plus
Yeah, whatever the
proficiency?
spellcasting mod is.
Yeah, so his charisma.
Okay, so roll d20 and add 5.
I think it's 4, or is it 5? That's 4.
Is it 4? Okay.
Yeah. 17?
17, and it's 10 plus the spells level.
Yes.
The water on the top stops shimmering, and you can... What's the distance on your dark vision?
60?
You can see Professor. You can see then Egnir, then Kasdan, and you cannot see Novelius near the bottom. And Kasdan's almost out of your range at this point. So you can see them.
I look down. Guys, is everything okay?
They seem to realize that you're talking to them, and they
Guys?
nothing. They just keep going. Professor looks up.
Tug on the rope again?
You tug on the rope, and you look up, and
I'm
Can I see
talking.
them?
yeah,
Is everything okay?
can't hear shit.
Can't hear shit.
Are they dead?
There's
Can you
some
go home?
there's some sort of quiet, like they can't hear us. There's something stopping us from them from hearing us.
Well, that's good.
Do you want to try the thing again?
I guess. I don't know what I'm pointing at. I can't. Just an effect, I suppose I could do.
I guess that's making everything quiet.
If you want me to blow all these spells, yeah. It's up to you. I can try.
I wave at Professor. Come back up.
Roll intelligence check. You're smart.
25.
Should ask you to come back up.
I know, it's more about the, like, I already came down this far, now
You're
I
gonna have
gotta...
to make an athletics check.
Oh god! Just poke your head up high enough to hear
You see,
me.
you see the sweat just off from under her hat.
The professor considering killing herself in hopes the next is a little thinner. Alright.
Alright, roll an athletics check.
Oh, God. 16?
Okay, like, you're only like 10 feet away from it, and you start heading up.
I'm gonna stop when I get above where the noise thing is, so that I can just talk.
Go up, and then you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
Oh!
You cannot go past that. There's a something, and you see very like almost like a super clear pane of glass, like. Yep, feels like temperatureless glass.
I'm gonna.
Like there's no distinct like feel, like but you can feel like the pressure.
I'm gonna toss like a pebble down there to see if it goes through the thing. Falls through.
Oh yeah. You sort of have to like move out. She's throwing rocks at you now. Can't hear her.
Jordan, I think they can't come back up, and they can't talk.
It's like paradise. All right.
But if they, I mean,
I can try to dispel that. I don't know what that is though. If that's, I don't know how to. I don't know what I'm asking. Like, I can't see it, and I don't know what the effect necessarily is, but I can do my best.
You could try for the silent part. At least if we can talk, we can communicate.
Assuming you can get through that. It seems one way. It seems like our way is fine. Maybe our way is fine. Who knows? I could try.
Hold on. Did I bring this? I feel like I was able to prepare this. Oh, I know it's 3rd level. I can't prepare it because I'm not at that point yet. Right? Okay, yeah. I would rather be safe than sorry.
So what am I trying to dispel? Quiet stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll, because it is past the level of that spell.
Oh boy. Believe in you.
So charisma +4.
Oh,
Rip. Cast a spell, doesn't seem to have an effect. Sorry, babe.
Fuck. Just have to gonna have to go in there.
I mean, we can't die without one of us. They're idiots. Icilius is still up there with you.
Oh, fuck yeah, Icilius didn't go down yet.
Just looking down at it like...
It's weird shit.
You wanna go down next, buddy?
Sure.
You're lighter than both of us.
Alright.
Yeah, ask him to descend into a dark, dank pit. That won't trigger him or anything.
3rd time's the charm.
What's your strength?
He is also 12.
Easy. Start heading down. You see Icilius coming down after a short conversation of like arms flailing and just. Do you want to keep heading backwards then?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
stall.
You kind of get the gist of what's happening here. So, all right, you start heading down. At this point, Evelius.
Hi.
Pitch black.
Yep.
Can't see shit.
Yep.
Your feet touch bottom.
Still pitch black?
Still pitch black. Make contact with what feels like something large, slightly convex. You have to like feel around for any more information, and probably metal.
Yeah, let's start feeling around.
Okay, roll just a flat investigation check.
New dice? 14.
14. You feel around with your hands, and you can feel it is definitely like cold metal. There seems to be a banded aspect to it. Seems to be circular in the shape of the thing. There's again bands like to strengthen it at points, and in the center of it, your finger sort of slips into feels like a very cold, like hole, and sort of just tracing it with your fingers. It's possible it's a keyhole. A cold hole is a bad one. If it was a warm, wet hole, you can make your jokes, Randy. Okay.
Yeah. You don't want a cold one.
He is a necromancer.
You are now in the necromancer's bussy. Just kidding. It's a keyhole. It's pretty obviously a keyhole, though it feels a little strange. You can't quite make it out.
Sorry, I'm just thinking, it's like, what is this hole? Hello there.
Hello there. You may be wondering to yourself, why is it cold and rigid? Well, something about the process changes the rigidity of your orifice.
I hate it.
You may notice a very shriveled prostate. Do not let me alarm you. This is totally normal. Just milk it. It still does the same thing.
God damn it!
Bit over. I regret furthering it. Oh God.
See, it comes
Why
out
does
like
it always-
evaporated milk.
Why did it always come around to butts every
Come
time?
around the butts.
I hope we all die.
Yeah, me
You
too.
might.
It's fine.
So, you reach that. After a little bit, Kasdan pops down. You can't hear it. You can feel the vibration in the metal. And you can kind of like pat and like understand that. Shut the fuck up. You can kind of pat each other, but you can't hear shit.
Can I try and like bring him to the keyhole?
You could guide your bro.
Yeah. Got it in for him.
There's nothing gay about it. It's just
What
two
happens when
guys.
that's what happens when it's
Helping
1 a.m.
one
It's
out.
fucking over.
It's like a
just-
seeing eye dick.
I'm so hungry. Let's just all die so we can go. Holy shit.
You didn't eat before this session? Holy shit.
Yeah, that was a bad call.
Okay, so Jordan looks at you and goes, "You or me?" Elenia looks at her phone, ignores him. Hey, you
Oh.
or me?
I mean, I'm stronger than you, so you should probably go first.
Cool. Cool. Take the belt off. I'm saying. And he starts heading down. So he starts heading down. At this point, Iselius, you pass through that barrier. Agneer reaches the bottom. You can use... Okay, roll a survival check, and with your help, he's going to roll an intelligence check, depending on your
28.
28. Okay, so he gets advantage. Not one anyway on the second one. His intelligence. What's Kasdan's intelligence score? It's pretty high.
18, so +4.
+4. Okay. With your help, he can kind of understand what you're saying. You can take his hand, you put it near the keyhole, and he sort of gets it. And then he taps you, and then basically takes your hands and goes like this. Can't see each other. Okay. Next person gets down. Professor, you are finally down. And although you're breathing hard, no one can hear it. That's pretty good. No one can see you're profusely sweating. And you feel around and you can pretty much ascertain the situation pretty quickly. You're smart. Then after a little bit, Iselius, do you want to head down?
Yeah. Is there a place I could tie the rope off to?
Yeah, there's the house is pretty close, or you could tie it to the thing that hangs over top of the.
Yeah, I'll tie it there.
Okay.
I'll wait till it feels like everyone's off the rope and then go down myself,
Okay.
so it's not
Sure.
overweighted.
Doesn't take super long, but you're gonna be heading down the center of the rope instead of using the walls now.
Yeah.
Okay. You can kind of reach the walls, but you're not super tall, so you're just gonna use upper body strength, which is fine. You're yoked. You don't have to make a strength roll or anything at this point. You can head on down. Jordan passes through the barrier. After a little bit, does anyone want to do anything before Elenia gets down there? Not that you can
we
see
can't
her.
see or talk or
No,
hear.
but it's getting crowded.
I mean, how?
You can kind of stand shoulder to shoulder around the perimeter. And
No,
sort of have
God.
one person in the middle.
Oh God!
Yeah, it's getting real.
I don't like this.
A lot of physical contact.
Can we find a way out?
Can I try and find the professor if she's down here?
Yeah,
And then,
easy enough. You just find a
Grab
cool hat.
her and pull
She's
her to
roughly
the
your
door.
height too, as everybody else is.
And
So.
pull her to the door
Yeah,
and
Follow.
take her hand
it's
and
on the
put
ground below you. It's a hatch at the
Oh, okay.
bottom. Yeah.
We'll take her hand and put it on the lock
Yep.
on the hatch.
Feel lock, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Kasdan's also there. Feel his. He sort of holds it, and you can see. Not see. I guess you feel after a moment. Seem like fine tools that he puts into your hand and then taps and then takes out, and then sort of grabs your hand and goes and opens it like a sort of a question. You're smart enough to kind of get his intonations at this point, so.
I'm gonna try and.
Basically, he's asking, do you want to do it or do you want him to do it? And then, takes your palm and writes in. You speak Elvish, right?
Mhm.
Roll intelligence check.
10.
Okay, you get a. The second letter is an R. And it's 5 letters long. And opens your hand again.
That's scribblio. Guess the word.
I'm just gonna attempt to open the line. I have no idea what he's trying to say to me,
Okay.
and I do not want to be sweaty and out of breath this close to people in darkness.
Fair enough. Okay.
24. Oh no! Oh fuck! What is that? What the fuck is that? Don't! No!
Everybody but Elenia.
God damn it.
Do you all fall?
No. You start heading down, and since you waited for everybody to get off the rope, that means you're done, got all the way to the bottom before you head down. Every single one of you must make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good. I'm good at those.
Oh god! Did you miss it by 1 point?
I think I did.
Fuck,
And that's what
fucked
makes me
everyone
the
with
maddest.
pain.
I even thought about it. I
Oh
was
my
like, I
God,
should use a
you're
rabbit's
done.
face just in case.
That's a 5er.
You're done as
18.
throwing.
18.
15 for a Silius and 10 for.
Oh wait, everyone gets +4 because of Jordan.
Yep.
So 19 and 14.
So that's a
22.
16 for him.
The DC is 15, which is not super high. So those who got below 15, so 14 or lower, take 24 bludgeoning damage. Those who got higher than that take 12 bludgeoning damage. You're rolling for Jordan, right? Not yourself.
Yeah.
You're above this, and you see, very shortly after you begin your descent, just where the water line used to be, from the sides, stone magical, like a wall of stone, and all of you locked into place. You can't breathe. You are inside and encased in stone.
Oh, God.
And that's where we will leave this episode.
What the fuck? We're like in a fucking trash compactor.
It's not a compactor. You weren't smushed.
Good news.
It formed around you.
I can walk through it.
Do you need verbal components to do so? Well,
Nope.
that's good, because you're silenced. You did miss it by one.
God fucking damn it. I should have known. It's this fucking secret,
It's always like,
well.
yeah,
I
you
shoulda
should go as
assumed-
high as possible.
should've
Why would you
assumed-
add?
That's
Huh?
fine. You're above it. Everybody else is in there. You cannot breathe. You took damage, and we'll pick up next time.
God damn it.
Next episode, Alinea gets a whole new group of friends.
There you go. Or
They're all very
+1
nice
ghost
to
bird.
her, and they're agreeable and not dicks at all. It works out best for everyone.
They're really
frankly.
sweet people that care about others. Like
None of them
they-
like bombs or toilets.
Yeah, they
You
do
still
like
have
good
that
Samaritan
briefcase
work.
bomb, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Anyway, so thank you so much for hanging out and watching. I know we went a little bit late tonight, but I think Randy, you're almost done with your saving lives bullshit, right?
I have a year and a half left.
No, I mean in your clinic specifically. Like you said something about clinic. The thing you're doing right now, I thought was over soon. Am I crazy?
Oh, no, that ended last week. Now I'm on hospitalist.
That's right. Okay, so it's
That's why I
sometimes
had to work late.
sometimes you just get late things that happen. So we'll probably play Wednesday or Thursday. We're trying to get a live in here. We're trying to play twice, but
Everyone screamed at us yesterday for not having the session. Like,
but
this one and this one.
Well, yeah, but Randy had. Well, I didn't know it was today. It's I am but a player in that campaign. I will ask you all, and then you guys decide the thing. But
Well, I thought we had said Wednesday and Thursday this week. Wednesday was going to be Christmas saves, and tomorrow today was going to be alive. But then
see, I had always thought it was Christmas saves.
this is why we
Today.
have a text chat
Yeah.
where we verify these things.
Everybody
Yeah, we
use
said
text.
Wednesday and Thursday.
I know we did
I
say
know, it
Wednesday and
didn't-
Thursday.
Not, I don't interpret it as that, but it doesn't matter. So next week we're gonna try.
All
to do
right,
that.
so 3 people were on the same page, and you were not. Okay.
I'm fine with that, but like no one communicated after that,
No.
so that's fine.
It was me and Randy being like, Wednesday and Thursday are great, and then
Yeah, and then
Because I even asked, I thought I remembered it that way too. I was like, wait, aren't we doing it Wednesday? And then Jake goes, no, it's Thursday. And I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay.
I mean, I'm fine with that, but it wasn't like the DM for that campaign didn't bring it up. Like I didn't have
Okay,
any
but
knowledge of it.
Wednesday was
it was
supposed
in
to
the
technically be charisma saves.
It was in
so.
the chat, and they were like Wednesday and Thursday, and I was like, all right.
I mean, it's fine. I'm
You
fine.
didn't like say much, okay?
I'm fine,
Yeah,
but
Well,
talk
that's
more.
general though. But I was there during that in the chat.
all right. Well, let's be very clear moving forward. If we can get both of them in, I would love to, and we'll do E-Live first if we can. But either way, Wednesday or Thursday is going to be at least one session. I'm very looking forward. You said your mini was coming in soon?
I didn't order it yet. But
Oh, okay. So we'll have 3 of the 4 minis for it as well, which are really fucking dope.
Wait, did you, whenever you order it, make sure to send it to the address
Yeah,
I
you'll
gave
need to
you.
re-put the address.
Yeah,
Okay.
in there.
So they're super cool. But also next week for Christmas saves, I got more dice, so we'll do more giveaways. Thought there was something else. What was the other thing? I can't remember the other thing, so it doesn't matter. So, we're gonna try to do it a little bit earlier if we can, but it's lifesaver guy over here thinks that Wisconsin people deserve health care or some shit. I
I
don't know.
don't think it. I'm just contractually obligated to do it.
That's fair. That's fair. Until next time, we will continue, hopefully, going into this well and seeing where that leads and seeing all the interesting stuff. Don't die. I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. And, we'll have new emotes too soon.